end of the day, we're not spending money where I think it really will make a difference, and that's in the front end of kids' lives. So it's important that we do this because gang violence is now one of the number one issues that people are concerned about in Los Angeles. It affects people's lives, it affects neighborhoods, it affects business, it affects economic development, it affects where tourists decide to go for their summer vacations. So the time is now, and it will be a parcel tax that we ask the voters to approve in November, and it will cost everybody who owns a piece of land, a parcel in Los Angeles, $3 a month, about $36 a year. It will raise about $30 million, and this money, according to the ballot language, can only be spent on prevention programs, after-school programs, job training programs, things that actually will detour kids from joining gangs in the first place.
Now, you mentioned the November ballot, so voters really need to be in tune with this proposal and understand it. But what needs to be done to get this measure on the ballot?
Well, we need to have 8 votes of the City Council to place this measure on the November ballot. Things can get on the ballot 2 ways, either by a vote of a legislative body or by signatures. On this one, we think we can have 8 votes on the City Council to place this on the ballot. We'll be taking that vote early in July to meet the deadline to place it on the November ballot.
Now, I understand this proposal, you need to raise $30 million. That definitely is a huge amount of money. So what organizations and programs will be eligible for these funds, and who will be responsible for the distribution of the money?
It sounds like a lot of money, $30 million, but really when you begin to invest it in our young people, in organizations and programs at work, it really is not even enough to totally combat this problem, but it's a good start. Programs that will be eligible to be funded by this money would be programs like LA's Best, which is an after-school program that's been nationally recognized as a program that helps keep kids in school, helps keep them out of gangs. Crime in a neighborhood where an LA's Best program goes down. So that's the kind of program that would benefit from this. There's a program called the Gang Alternatives Program that is a school-based curriculum program that actually goes into the 4th grade in the LA Unified School District and teaches kids at a very early age how dangerous it is to be even thinking about joining a gang. The Conservation Corps would be another example of a program that would be eligible for funding from this $30 million. And we know that that's an organization that takes young people, many of them at risks, and teaches them skills and job skills while they help clean up different parts of Los Angeles. We know that apprenticeship programs, particularly those that are connected with our unions, that really can train young people and give them job skills, is another type of an organization or program that would benefit this. Basically, any program that can prove that it detours kids from joining a gang will be eligible for funding. This is going to be probably the most accountable, transparent, audited amount of money that we've ever dealt with in the city of Los Angeles. There will be an oversight committee that will decide where the money goes. Only programs that prove that they can work will be funded. If for any reason a program is funded and at the end of the year they have not been able to show success, they will not be eligible for funding the next year. So it's going to be audited by the city controller on an annual basis. So it'll be a very tightly watched pot of money. We know that it's taxpayer dollars, and we know that it's very precious, and we don't in any way want to waste this money on programs that don't work.
Now, Councilmember, you've definitely been on the forefront of fighting the gang problem here in the city. What about existing programs? Will they be reevaluated? Will some of them be cut from the funding?
Well, right now, no one's getting funded by this money because we don't have it yet. But every program will be reevaluated if they're already getting some, money from the city of Los Angeles. There are programs that have been getting funded that I don't know if they can actually show the kind of evaluation and success that we need to see, and they won't be eligible for this funding. Again, only programs that have been proven to work, and there's really kind of one main criteria, and that's you've kept a kid from joining a gang. You've given a real alternative, or you've helped with job training. You've got a good after-school program or before-school program. There's programs like Aztec Rising, which we saw in the City Council today, that takes young people and teaches them the skills to fight fires. And when they graduate from this program, they actually have kept their lives on the straight and narrow, and they've got the kind of skills to maybe one day be hired by a fire department, and we know that makes for a great career. So we've got it pretty much set up that it won't be any fly-by-night organizations. It won't be unproven or untested organizations. They really got to show that they've been evaluated and that they meet the high standards to be eligible for this funding.
Thank you for sharing your insight on that. Now, we've been talking about cleaning up gangs, but you and your colleagues have also moved forward to clean up the Port of Los Angeles. Could you tell us a little bit about the Clean Truck program?
Yes, I'm very excited. We just adopted the Clean Truck program, and this plan does a couple things. It requires that all the trucks coming into the ports are clean trucks. They've got good, and I don't mean just they look clean or they've been washed. It means the kind of trucks that won't be emitting the kind of diesel particulates in the air that we know happens right now with dirty diesel trucks. And it will also require that all the trucks coming into the Port of Los Angeles will be driven by someone who works for a company. They will be employees of a company. And this achieves the goals of improving public health. It reduces congestion. It improves the efficiency of port trucking, makes our port more secure, and it also creates a very stable workforce. And it shifts the burden of keeping the truck maintained, the fuel, the license, the insurance. It shifts that to the company instead of the independent truck driver who at this point can barely afford to keep their trucks maintained.
So it definitely seems like a win-win situation.
It is a win-win situation. And I've really been fighting about two things since I got elected. One was dirty trucks and dirty air, and the other one was the plight of the independent truck driver. And this plan addresses both of those issues.
I see. And now there was a term mentioned during the council discussion on Tuesday called cold ironing. Now I'm assuming that has nothing to do with wrinkled clothes.
That's right. It has nothing to do with wrinkled clothes. Cold ironing is another term. We call it down at the harbor alternative maritime power, or AMP for short. And it's the concept that when a ship comes into berth, instead of sort of idling and burning bunker fuel, because when a ship comes into berth, they don't just turn off their engines. They still have a crew on board. They've got to load and unload. They've got to keep the lights on, so to speak. So instead of burning this bunker fuel to keep their engines going, they actually plug into the DWP electricity grid. And at that point that they plug in, there's absolutely no more pollution in the air. In fact, every ship that is cold ironing or, amping is equal to the reduction of emissions in the air that would be as a result of like 16,000 trucks. So it's one of the cleanest, purest, most efficient ways for our ships to be in dock here at the harbor. And one of the things that I think people don't realize is the ships contribute the majority of the air pollution in the port, and they also contribute about 20% of all the air pollution in Los Angeles. So the ships were really the biggest polluter down here. So cold ironing is a way to keep their lights on but reduce the emissions dramatically.
Well, thank you for explaining that terminology. I'm glad I didn't use that in the incorrect context. District 15 Councilmember Janice Hahn, thank you so much for joining us today on Council Week in Review.
Thank you. My pleasure.
LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of City Council meetings and programming about City Department services and events. If you have any suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see on Channel 35 or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. We invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. Remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. and on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. That concludes our program for the week ending June 20th, 2008. On behalf of Jack Popejoy and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Rasha Goel. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
And it's Takashi Saito, number 44 of the Los Angeles Dodgers, approaching the mound. This all-star relief pitcher is the 2008 honoree for the Hope of Los Angeles Award for the City of LA's Asian and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month. Takashi Saito is the 6th Japanese player in Dodger history and the 20th Japanese pitcher to earn a victory in Major League Baseball. Saito made his debut in the Major League on April 9th, 2006 and finished the month with a 2-0 record and a .69 ERA. On May 15, 2006, Saito took over as the closer for the Dodgers and recorded his first Major League save. Saito is known for 3 pitches: a tight fastball in the low to mid 90 miles per hour range, a sharp slider that he uses as a strikeout pitch, and a slow curveball that he uses as a changeup. Drafted in the first round by the Yokohama Taiyo Whales in 1991, Saito played 13 seasons in Japan's Central League, compiling a record of 87 and 80. Saito had his most dominant season in 1996, striking out a total of 206 batters in only 196.2 innings. In 1998, he drove the Yokohama Bay Stars to their first Japan Series championship in 38 years. One of baseball's top relief pitchers, Saito is a candidate for the prestigious National League Cy Young Award. He was also named to the National League All-Star team for the first time, becoming the 6th native of Japan to appear in this Midsummer Classic. Record-breaking relief pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers, a living inspiration to hundreds of thousands of Angelenos, Takashi Saito is honored with the Hope of Los Angeles Award in 2008 for Asian and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month.
City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Madam Clerk, if you will please call the roll, we'll begin the official business of the council meeting today for June 25th, 2008. And thank you to the members of the public for your patience and our Channel 35 viewers. And we will begin the meeting. Go ahead.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. Mr. Alarcon and Ms. Han have joined us, so we now do have a quorum. If we'll please take up the first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
All right. Mr. Weezer moves, Mr. Zine seconds. Without objection, those minutes will be approved.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas moves, Mr. Weezer seconds. Without objection, those two will be approved. If we can run through the agenda, please.
Before beginning the regular agenda, Mr. President, there's a request to continue item number 52. That's one of the closed session items for 1 week to July 2nd.
Is there any objection to continuing item 52 until the 2nd? Seeing none, that will be continued. Next items, please.
On the regular agenda, item number 1 is an item notice for public hearing. The recommendation for council action would be to open the hearing and continue the hearing and ordinance to July 16th.
Okay. There are no cards, but we'll open that public hearing, continue it to the 16th of July without objection. Item 2.
Item number 2 is also a public hearing item. It's a finding of public convenience or necessity in Council District 13, and I believe there is a card on this item.
Yes, we have cards from the public on that. We'll call that special. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held, items 3 through 27. I believe there will be a substitute on item number 19. It's still in the process, and reports have been submitted on 4, 5, 6, 9, and 25, and Council can adopt both reports on 25 and 27.
Okay. Let's hold the commissioners on the desk, please. And no objection to number 19, then we will consider that. 10 votes required on that. Any specials, colleagues?
Mr. President, I'm sorry, do you wish to wait till that's distributed, or?
Let's call 19 special, please. We'll do that. Ms. Han?
10 and 23.
10 and
Thank you.
23. And 10 will go over to a second reading today, Ms. Han, because of the number of folks that are here. Other specials? Okay. Seeing none, if we can take up the balance, please. And we'll move the report on 25. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, number 9 will go over 1 week. Next items?
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 28 through 46. 10 votes are required for consideration, and commissioners are on 28, 29, and 30. Do you wish to call those or hold those on the desk?
Let's hold those on the desk, please, if there's no objection to considering the rest of the items. The other ones are before us. Do we have cards from the public on any of these?
Yes, I believe there are cards on 32, 33, 34, 35, 41, 43, 44, and 46.
Okay, we'll call those special for cards from the public. Other specials, colleagues? Other specials 28 through 46? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open and close the public hearings on those. If we can take up the balance, please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items, Mr. President, are the closed session items 47 through 53. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold those on the desk for closed session. And we can go to, is it the special meeting? Please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Rosendahl, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President. And this is a one-item agenda, and it is a closed session item. Do you wish to hold that to the rest of the meeting?
Please, let's hold that on the desk, and if we can continue that into the regular meeting and adjourn the special meeting. Mr. Zine?
2-7 forthwith, please.
27?
Yes, on the original agenda.
Without objection?
Thank you.
We'll do all forthwith, actually. And that was the action from yesterday as well. So all items will go forthwith today. Objection. Any other items that folks would like to call special? Okay, if not, we'll go to general public comment now. We have a number of comment cards, and we'll try to get through as many as possible, and thank you, everybody, for your patience. We have a clock to help guide your comments. It's 2 minutes per speaker, which will run there in front of the podium, and I'd like to invite first forward Jeffrey Warner as our first speaker. Very good morning.
I addressed my remarks to the mayor and city council persons Weiss, Zine, and Gruhl, who made an official visit to Israel 2 weeks ago. One of the stated purposes of their trip was to help the city acquire anti-terrorism technology. Israel is indeed a possible source of such technology. In going to Israel, the delegation must have known that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict itself is a root cause of anti-American terrorism. This has been noted by the Blue Ribbon Iraq Study Group and esteemed academics John Mearsheim and Stephen Walt in their 2007 book, The Israeli Lobby in U.S. Foreign Policy. Housing is an important issue in Los Angeles and is integral to the Israeli-Palestinian problem. The council persons Weiss, Zine, and Gruhl know that Israel has demolished over 18,000 Palestinian homes as part of their occupation of Palestine. Houses are demolished in as little as 15 minutes, with notice for the occupants to remove their possessions. Each act of demolishing a Palestinian home nudges each child in that house and neighboring houses to retaliate, and we call that terrorism. Do councilpersons Weiss, Zine, and Gruhl know that Israel has stalled the Bush administration promoted Israeli-Palestinian peace talks by expanding settlements? Israel doubled its settler population in the post-Oslo years and killed the peace process once. The present settlement expansion may kill a peace process forever. House demolition and settlement expansion are central features of the Israeli-Palestine policy to destroy Palestinian life. As a Jewish American who works here in Los Angeles for the peace and prosperity of the Israeli and Palestinian people, I trust the LA delegation's stress to the Israeli hosts that demolition of Palestinian homes and expanding settlements is continuing the occupation, perpetuating the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and putting Americans at risk. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Insoon Lee is our next speaker, and then Mary Hughes will follow after that. Insoon Lee? Not Mary Hughes? After Mary Hughes will be Greta Berlin.
Yes, good morning. I'm here to speak out against the recent junket of our globetrotting mayor to Israel.
I'm sorry, we'll pause your time. Mr. Dog, if you'll please not disrupt the folks when they're speaking. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I was speaking to somebody else behind you, so go ahead, please. We'll freeze your time. Somebody was being disruptive, and I was just giving them a warning. Thank you.
Want me to start over? Did you hear that? Okay. Anyone who has visited occupied Palestine knows that Israel conserves water by stealing it. All over the occupied West Bank, there are cities, towns, and villages where water supplies to the indigenous Palestinian population are diverted for exclusive use of Jewish settlers. These illegal settlers use 8 times as much precious Palestinian water as do those who actually own the land and the water. Settlers make sport of using their American-supplied Uzis to shoot holes in the water tanks on top of Palestinian homes, or by poisoning village wells, often in the presence of Israeli soldiers who do nothing. While Palestinian farmers lose their livelihoods as their ancient olive and almond trees wither and die, settlers whose occupation of Palestine is condemned by international courts of justice, the United Nations, and by every country in the world except the U.S., frolic in swimming pools and wash cars in full view of the Palestinians whose water they're stealing. Is this something Los Angeles should applaud and support? Why did our mayor and his entourage waste thousands of dollars needed desperately for our city services in order to pander to Israel and its apartheid policies? I condemn this and all other actions taken by our mayor and other city officials that publicly support these illegal, brutal, and racist policies by Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greta Berlin. After that will be Carol Smith. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? It would be very nice, since we all came down here, that many of you who are on the phone and talking to each other would listen to what we have to say, because it's really important. Many of us have seen and witnessed what Israel has done with our money and in our name. I object to paying consultants $1,000 a day plus expenses to come to LAX, to turn LAX into Ben Gurion Airport. I have seen what they have done at Ben Gurion. I have seen what they have done to the Palestinians. I have seen an 80-year-old Jewish woman who was body cavity searched by the Israelis. I have seen what they have done to Palestinians by separating families because they won't come in, because they won't allow them in. I have seen a young Palestinian woman in a wheelchair who is denied the right to go to the bathroom. I have seen all of this. I have been put into detention for almost 8 hours for only one reason. And that's because I came to advocate justice for the Palestinians. Is that what you want from us? Is that the way you want LAX to be run? You want to spend $3,000 a day plus expenses of our hard-earned money to turn LAX into Ben Gurion Airport, where you have two lines, one for Jews, dignitaries, and whites, and one for everybody else? Is that what we're going to do in Los Angeles? Is this what you think we should be doing in this city with our money? And that is following the apartheid state of Israel that commits genocide on the Palestinians of Gaza and slow motion ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians of the West Bank. We cannot allow this to happen. And as citizens of Los Angeles, we are appalled that you would even think to use our money to have Israeli consultants come here and turn us into apartheid Israel. I have DVDs here of a lot of people and a lot of people who have testified about how they were treated in Ben Gurion Airport. I'd like to leave this for City Council. Thank you.
We'll have the Sergeant at Arms take that. Carol Smith is our next speaker.
I was here first. I've been a civil rights attorney for 48 years. I'm Jewish American, a graduate of a Brooklyn Hebrew school, have Jewish first and second cousins who live in Israel, and most important, I am here, as are many others, appalled by the mayor's junket to Israel and the city's complicity in legitimizing the rogue state of Israel. That's the nub of it all. I will address the following. The reason for the mayor's trip is to assure funding for his political career, the utter contempt for the public that the city agencies have by funding a trip that did not need to take place, and the abdication of responsibility by the city council and its failure to restrain the DWP airport and the poor personnel who have the audacity to claim that they can spend anything they want. For the city council, it is not just the amount of the funds, but it's the rubber stamp of this junket. None of the expenses should be approved for this vacation in Israel. Let's not be fooled. The so-called agreements, understandings that were signed were worked out well in advance of this trip, and if signatures required, the mail is still the technology of primary choice for a city that has no funds. There was no reason to go. Being taken on a tour of a bomb training facility, a water conservation facility, or the mayor's schmoozing with Olmert on security as evidence that something useful was learned and therefore they were conducting business for the city is ludicrous. Olmert really shared the secrets with our mayor? These explanations are plain insulting to the taxpayer of the city, crassly assume that we are ignorant, and the city can put out any spin, and transparency be damned. Israel has been condemned by every recognized international body as engaging in an illegal occupation of 4.5 million people. The well-known facts of this occupation are that Israel is purposely starving and depriving Palestinians of water, electricity, withholding food and food supplies, assassinating over 700 Palestinians, and worse than that, worse than anything in Guantanamo. Moshe Dayan, an Israeli military hero, says it all about Israel.
I'm sorry, we have to be as fair as possible to everybody.
Let them live like dogs is what Moshe
Marcy
Dayan
Winograd is our
says
next
in every
speaker.
other Israel.
Thank you very much. Marcy Winograd is next.
You went.
After Ms. Winograd will be Lillian Laskin.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcy Winograd. I am a Jewish American, and Ms. Gruhl, I am co-founder of LA Jews for Peace. First, I want to thank you all, those of you who are here, for your many years of public service in the great city of Los Angeles. What makes this city so great is its diversity, and so I expect the mayor and Council Members Weiss, Zine, and Gruhl to be sensitive to issues involving diverse opinions. Not all Jews, certainly not this one, standing before you, support the 40-year Israeli occupation of the West Bank or the imprisonment, literally they can't get out, of over 1 million Palestinians in Gaza. Yes, it would be admirable if you were to travel to the Middle East to be brokers of peace, to listen to the grievances of Palestinians and Israelis, to attempt to bring people together for greater understanding. Perhaps the next time you visit the region, you will consider the importance of diverse narratives. Over 250,000 Arabs live in the LA area. How secure does it make them feel to know that our mayor and key council members went to Israel but ignored the occupied territories under Israeli control? Israel right now is conducting mock airstrike operations against Iranian targets. How likely is it that those who wined and dined and signed airport and port security agreements in Israel will speak out should Israel, God forbid, bomb Iran, touching off a regional war, or worse yet, a world war? Why is it that these security agreements are making me increasingly insecure? Is it because these consulting agreements are really just a foot in the door to more extensive security agreements with a foreign government implicated in espionage that involves spying on the United States and access to hundreds of classified documents? I kindly request a copy of all agreements the mayor and Weiss, Zine, and Gruhl and their co-workers signed in Israel, to know the extent of which the Israelis will have access to airport and port security. And I finally also request that the participants of the Israeli delegation meet with a delegation of dissenting Jews, Palestinians, and other humanitarians in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Lillian Laskin is next. After that will be Linda Sutton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Council members. I too applaud you for the hard work you do as public servants. I also appreciate when you allow and listen and follow the words and concerns of your constituents. I too am a Jewish American. I am a member of LA Jews for Peace. I strongly question the mayor's trip to Israel with some 40 people, including Weiss, Zine, and Gruhl. To say this was necessary to become informed on security of the airport is very suspect. It appears this had political motives by the mayor, who wants to prove that he is a devout friend of Israel. This would hold him in good stead with the Jewish community of LA so that he can get more votes for his future elections. Everyone knows you don't need to take a one-week trip to figure out the merits of a program that you might be considering, especially if you're not an expert yourself. Additionally, we have plenty of security programs here in the United States and experts of our own. It's very unwise to engage and contract with a foreign country to supervise any of our security, particularly one that has such a murky political system as the Israelis do. Israel has cases of espionage against our own country. If the mayor had said he was visiting Israel to become better informed as to the Palestinian crisis and visit the West Bank and particularly Gaza, I might have applauded him for making this trip. But to say he had to go there with dozens of other people to check out the airport is just too phony to believe. It's unwise to have a foreign country under contract for us on our security, and it's even worse when it restricts our city from ever being able to speak objectively about the circumstances in the state of Israel when it comes to human rights and human justice. So I condemn this trip to Israel, and this is particularly ridiculous when we have such extreme budget deficits in our own city that we've squandered so much money on such a junket.
Our next speaker is Linda Sutton. After that will be Arnold Sachs.
Hi, everyone. I'm Linda Sutton. I'm a resident of Woodland Hills, the 3rd Councilmanic District, and I'm here to speak also concerning the mayor's trip to Israel. When I was last in these chambers was close to 30 years ago. I was the main deputy for City Controller Ira Reiner, who was well known for his ability to recognize junkets, and this was one. But one of the main things that I think we need to look at is a concern over turning over the security of our airport to a country that has in the past actually sent spies into our own country, which is allegedly one of their greatest allies. In this time of serious budget crisis, when this council has voted for such regressive kinds of tax increases, such as the garbage tax, as well as basically giving DWP their way with us, citizens should not be funding 18 people, not 18. Maybe a few, maybe a couple, maybe some of the professionals. Citizens should be not funding these for what is a junket, which was clearly to enhance our mayor's political aspirations, however much you may want to ingratiate yourselves with him. This was not right. While the inclusion of Public Safety Committee members may be appropriate, I find it incomprehensible that somebody who would be on the Airport Commission, who basically represents you at LAX, Bill Rosendahl, was specifically omitted from this trip. So that's mainly my comment. I feel that, here we are, close to 30 years later, and we still have these kind of junkets going on. All the changes that I see in City Hall are quite incredible, particularly,
Thank you very much. Arnold Sachs is our next
It's still like
speaker.
too much of the same thing.
Thank you. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that is Peter Tutum. Excuse me if I mispronounced it. Tutum?
Good morning, Council. Arnold Sachs. A few things to talk about. In Sunday's LA Times, there was an op article. According to the LA Homeless Service Authority, only 73,000 are homeless in LA County, down from the 88,000 of 3 years ago. Just wait till the county's 50 homeless program fills the remaining 27 slots in its program. That'll have a huge impact. The mayor's trip reportedly cost $240,000 to visit Israel. LAWA, the Harbor Department, and DWP each kicked in $80,000. As those are proprietary departments, would that be in addition to the city's expense? Security issues. Can you say federal government? Also, $30 million bond for South Park Business and Community Improvement District. Is that different from a business improvement district? The Hollywood redevelopment, going strong. The Grand Avenue project got a reprieve. The Crenshaw Plaza project, sorry, no money available there. Which of those 4 projects are funded by millionaires? Imagine, also, David Adai, the DW chief, sat in chambers 2 months ago presenting DW's need for rate increases. Last week, the Times reported that DWP is to hire 1,000 new employees. I've got the impression that they have a 5-year, $1 billion plan to improve their infrastructure. According to the article that was in the LA Times, the cost for these new employees will be $100 million. To over 5 years, that's $500 million. So if they have a $1 billion infrastructure improvement program and they spend $500 million on new employees, what does that leave you? Finally, Zimbabwe is in dire need of wheelbarrows to transport currency. Never again. Metro's final boarding call for projects is tomorrow. Visit the Tower of Babel tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you very much. Peter Tutum is our next speaker, and then Kathleen Wang will follow.
Yeah, it's Peter Thottam, Eric.
Thottam.
So, all right, today
Mr.
is
Dog,
a tragic...
I'm sorry, Mr. Dog, I'll warn you, I have the cards in the order that they were received, and that'll be the last outburst today. Thank you. Go ahead, please, sir.
Today is a tragic day for the city of Los Angeles. This action with LAX speaks volumes about the failure of this city council, particularly Jack Weiss, the mayor, Zion, and Wendy Gruhl, to appreciate the true nature of what's going on here. In the LA Times on June 4th, Jack Weiss was quoted as saying, to have Israeli eyes on LAX on a constant basis, it's a huge deal. And then he goes into a long description of why Israel is the best power to monitor U.S. airport security. Here's my concern. The Department of Homeland Security has identified LAX as the #1 likely terrorist target in the state of California. This city council, by allowing Mayor Villaraigosa and this crew of 3 to go to Israel to subcontract out our airport security to a known regional threat in the region is just inviting an attack on Los Angeles. Every single city council member here needs to recognize that by unilaterally aligning LA's interest with the state of Israel, we're taking ourselves down a path which is inviting retribution. One last point, Jack Weiss. In my impeachment work, I lobbied Jack Weiss's office extensively. He has a staff member whose mother is on the local board of directors for AIPAC. And I think that the conflict of interest in that position needs to be noted. This alignment between the United States and Israel is one that has got to stop. And for it to be manifested here at the local level in Los Angeles is unforgivable. I hope every city council member will recognize that this has happened and will take constructive actions to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Kathleen Wang is our next speaker. Pat Berry is after that.
I'm Kathleen Wong. The last time I was here, this council voted to end the occupation of Iraq, I thought. So I'm not really clear why they've decided to have this favored kind of status with a occupying power that brutally treats its own citizens. Following Israel's security advice in our airports in light of this brutal treatment of citizens under its care is unbelievable. Perhaps you have heard that our own President Carter was denied entrance to Gaza, that Desmond Tutu had to wait two years to enter Gaza to investigate a bombing of an apartment complex that killed 16 people, 11 of them children. A friend of mine was denied entry who wanted to tune pianos in Palestine. Another friend, Greta mentioned, an 80-year-old Holocaust victim was cavity searched. Hetty Epstein. Many of my friends who are peace activists had to submit to hours of interrogation. Is that what we want in our airports, including Professor Norman Finkelstein? And then they're not allowed to travel to Palestine. Why would you want people like this advising LAX of security? And then in regard to the water issue, why would LA want a country that abuses citizens under its care to advise about water use when you know they take water of one ethnic group and reassign it to another, leaving the indigenous people with less than is needed to take baths, while Israelis live on confiscated lands from Palestine and use their water for swimming pools and to water lush lawns. And there's another thing that you should consider, that because of Israel's turning off electricity, Gaza's seas are being polluted by sewage because there's no way for them to treat sewage, and now it's being pushed into the Mediterranean. And surely that's a ridiculous thing, because that's going to affect Israel's beaches too. That's what they think of water.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Berry. After that is Jeremy Roth-Kushel.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Patricia Berry. I have been a resident of the city since October 1990. First, I'd like to see all of the agreements entered into by the mayor, by DWP, and by the airports. Second, from the newspaper accounts of the agreements, they appear to be in blatant violation of the City Charter, Administrative Code, and various ordinance. As all of you know in the City Council chambers, Section 370 of the City Charter states the bedrock principle on which the city's doing business is based, i.e. the principle of competition. That principle of competition was blatantly violated. My question to you is, why are the civil rights of our American businesses being violated as guaranteed under the City Charter? Second, I represent a former vendor of the City of Los Angeles, Candido Maris. DWP officials filed declarations under oath affirming that the only way one can get a contract with DWP for goods or services in excess of $1,000 is to compete for it in the bidding process pursuant to the City Charter Administrative Code, which clearly did not occur with the company Kinneret Jordan Valley Technology Incubator. The Kinneret Company, according to Financial Times Information Limited, receives Israeli government subsidies. My question to you, Mr. Brown, did you offer a legal opinion as to whether this agreement with Kinneret is in accordance with GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs? And if not, probably the feds are going to preempt this contract because it's a violation of the international law and to which the U.S. and possibly Israel are signatories. The Israeli foreign country for company for security with the airports. Why would you risk it again? ITCS, International Consultants on Targeted Security and Airport Services, owns Huntley USA. Huntley USA was... Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your abiding by the rules. There, Jeremy Roth-Kushel is our next speaker. After that is Zuma Dog.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Roth-Kushel, and I'm the founder of a group called Jewish Voices of Conscience for Truth, Justice, and Peace. And I'm a proud Jewish Mexican-American born and raised in Los Angeles. And I want to speak some hard truths, not out of malice towards my own country or towards the state of Israel, but for the sake of justice and clarity. And many people already have been very articulate about the larger issues involved in the mayor of our city going as a representative of all of us to Israel, and the connections that have been made specifically with contractors and consultants that are related to Israeli intelligence networks. So I'd like to get a little more specific about that. The previous speaker spoke about ICTS, International Consultants on Targeted Security. They were responsible for all the airports where planes were hijacked on 9/11. Great security. Thanks for the security on that. We still haven't seen the closed-circuit videotape of the hijackers. Not one. Very interesting. So now we're going to invite them to take care of our airport here. And I would also like to go a little deeper in terms of the espionage rings, because we're talking about national security here. To put very prime targets in the hands of foreign consultants is not smart, especially when we have an incident on October 10th of 2001 down in the Mexican parliament where two Israeli operatives were detained, caught with Glocks, C4 explosives, grenades, and 2 Pakistani passports. If you think I made that up, go check El Diario, the front page, October 11th, 2001. So I think we need to interrogate these networks, these intelligence networks that are threatening our ally to the south, and we're even seen on 9/11 celebrating in New Jersey.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Samir Twayer, excuse me. And after that is Andy Griggs.
At the time, our city has a huge deficit.
I'm sorry, Zuma Dog was, I called his name, but given the card to the clerk. If you can just step aside, Mr. Dog was next, and then we'll go to you. My apologies.
Yes. Thank you. Now, of course, I would like to let this gentleman continue and let him go first, but this is a symbolic thing that I'm pissed off as hell. Eric Garcetti told the city of Los Angeles that he's calling the cards in order. No, he is not. I sleep in my van every day. Some days I don't get to eat. I'm here every day. First card, I was the first card today. I gave it to the LAPD. So for Council Member Garcetti, who I doubt anything he says, he's a named defendant in a RICO racketeering thing. I was at the federal courthouse. I saw his name on a racketeering lawsuit, RICO violation, so I take everything he says with a grain of salt. I was the first card turned in today. The LAPD turned them in order, and Eric Garcetti just decides, well, you know, Zuma Dog, he comes every day, we'll call everybody else first.
Mr.
All right,
Dog.
now we'll go on to that. And also...
I called them exactly in the order they're put in the box.
Then you're saying LAPD's a liar and didn't do their job. Now, don't interrupt me either. I'm giving my public comment.
Mr. Dog, if you'd like to
Okay,
continue.
now, excuse me. And also, I want to know how come the meeting started 37 minutes late today? Okay, take control of the meetings. If I was council president, I would make sure, and I would be able to control Jack Weiss. I would get leverage on him. I would make sure that Jack Weiss was at the meeting. He's not here again today. Maybe the meeting would have started on time. All right, now let's talk about, I got some citizens. So anyway, of course, it's a big laughing stock of a council all across talk radio, including Bill O'Reilly. Now you see why, people, the behind-the-scenes things. First of all, I like to warn the people that are DWP ratepayers, you're expecting a 9% raise over 3 years. Zuma Dog says 30 to 50%. We're going to have and Nick from DWP says you're right. and the infrastructure will not be able to be built as they planned. They've neglected it for 50 years. There's not enough money. So I'm here to say, although you're expecting 3% raise over 3 years equaling 9%, Zumadog says this time in 3 years we will be paying 30 to 50% more for water, and the union won't get raises either because the city promised the final thing. The final thing, the city said they will give 25% union raises if they meet budget requirements that they didn't.
Your time is up. Thank you, Mr. Dog. Mr. Weiss is excused today. He had nothing to do with the quorum. We did have 2 members that arrived late, and we do have 2 emergencies that came up. That was why we started a little bit late. Andy Griggs is our next speaker. After Andy Griggs, I'm sorry, will be the second next one. If you can come up, sir, and then Andy Griggs will follow. Thank you.
No, that's all right. At the time, our city has a huge deficit. It's obscene that our mayor decided to take a public relations trip to Israel with loads of people at the cost of maybe $15 million, while our black, Latino, and poor people go without medical care or food. Shame on you, Antonio, for going on vacation when our needy are hungry. We demand to see the signed agreement between the Israeli officials and the city officials, and also we demand a meeting between Arab American and Jewish delegation with the city officials who went to Israel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your understanding in the order there. Andy Griggs is next. After that will be Emma Rosenthal. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Andy Griggs. I'm a teacher, and I'm involved in the labor movement with UTLA, U.S. Labor Against the War, and the County Federation of Labor. I want to talk about the city's relationship to labor. It's been a very supportive one in general over the years. But I want to know when this trip took place, this trip that's been talked about so much this morning, how many workers, how many Palestinian workers, how many Israeli workers were met with? For your information, and something that's been pretty well secret for a while, in 2003, George Bush set up a new Middle East free trade area. In this free trade area, we have new enterprise zones already established in Egypt and Jordan, where in these enterprise zones, we might as well call them the Middle East maquiladoras. The treatment of workers there is outrageous. Guest workers that are paid under minimum wage have no rights to organize. And I'm going to talk to Maria Elena Durazo to find out what happened when she saw the people on the trip. But this is incredible. Next in their plans is what's called quizzes in Palestine, in the occupied territory, where workers will have no access to labor laws. This city council needs to question that in terms of what went on. I urge the people who went on this trip to come back, to do an open hearing, to do an open report back, where they invite people who can give the alternative points and to see what's really going on in the Middle East before they throw our money away on security arrangements for our airport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emma Rosenthal is our next speaker, and after that is Matt Dowd. Emma Rosenthal? We'll get you one. Hold on. We'll get you a hand mic. There you go.
That works. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, my name is Emma Rosenthal. I'm a Jewish American, and I am not represented by organizations like the ADL, like the Simon Wiesenthal Center. These organizations wrap themselves in the language of human rights to promote a very right-wing foreign policy agenda that has national consequences and regional consequences as well. And they do not represent me, and from all studies, they don't represent most Jews. I think you need to understand that. I think that's very important. These organizations, when we try to, for example, in the labor movement, have a forum on the Middle East, demand balance. They accuse any dialogue that isn't their position unbalanced. I wonder how balanced was this, and the Simon Wiesenthal Center in particular had a campaign to shut down an open forum, and they've succeeded in UTLA, not that they're members of UTLA, because it wasn't balanced. How balanced was this trip organized by the Simon Wiesenthal Center? Did you, when you met with smiling Israeli children, were there Palestinian, Israeli, Arab, were there Palestinian children? Were there what the Israelis call Israeli Arab children there? When you met with officials, were there Palestinian and Arab officials? I doubt it. It's an apartheid government. It's a segregated society. It's highly separated. We don't need to learn from Israel how to steal water. LA's been doing that for years. We don't need to learn from Israel how to take occupied land. Many of you who've taken Chicano studies know the definitive book on Chicano studies is Occupied America. We don't need to learn from Israel, although they are one of the countries contracted to build the wall on the Mexican border that divides not only Mexico from the U.S., but indigenous communities within themselves, how to build walls and how to create security against our own populations.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Dowd. After that is Janet Elgin. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you, Eric Garcetti. I'm expecting 4 minutes today because I was denied my 2 minutes on Friday because Jack Weiss walked out of the meeting after delaying the public comment after 2 hours of presentation. So I'll take the 4 minutes. Thank you. Why am I here, though? Why would Matt Dowd come back? I thought Venice was taken care of. I really thought it was. But guess what? The judge said do this, and the city's gone over the line again from what the judge said. You know what they did? Because I'm bringing them in. I've got a whole bunch of plaintiffs, new plaintiffs against the city that we're going to name everybody, and I mean everybody. We'll just name everybody this time. I learned how to do this now. 2 years of just banging on this podium to get nowhere, so we had to sue in federal court, and we finally got somewhere. But now the city is unconstitutional as applied with the new ordinance, because all they do is they get the people on the west side of the boardwalk. They banned all amplifiers from 17 out of 20 blocks on the boardwalk. They put all the people with little amplifiers who play music, they've all come down to one end, so they want everyone to fight. And then the police can say, see, it's problems, and now we can get rid of the whole boardwalk. But all the shops and merchants on the east side of the boardwalk in the non-amplifier zone still play their amplified music. And the city won't enforce that. So quite clearly it's not an ample alternative as federal law requires when you regulate in a free speech zone. You must have content neutral, finely tailored to the significant government interest, and an ample alternative means of communication. Now, it's not ample when 10 musicians are forced onto one block and they all have to rotate turns. They lose 70% of their communication. So it's not ample, and I'm lining them up. We're coming for the city. If you can tell Bill Rosendahl to come send someone to talk to me, because I'm not going to waste any more time on this. I'm going to go straight to the judge with another lawsuit. So you're going to
Thank you very much,
keep
Mr.
going?
Dowd. No, our next speaker is Janet Elgin. It's 2 minutes per speaker. Thank you, Mr. Dowd. And then after Janet Elgin, it will be Kim Kaufman afterwards.
My name's Janet Elgin. As a member of the public, I too think this political junket to Israel was inappropriate, particularly on taxpayers' expense. I'm sorry a couple of the council members who went on this junket aren't present. I agree with all the speakers who spoke very eloquently and well-informed today, particularly Jews for Peace and Progressive Democrats of Los Angeles. I think copies of the security agreements that were signed with Israel must be made public. And I hope that the delegation that went to Israel will give fair time, equal time to dissenting parties, including Jews, Palestinians, and many other humanitarians who to hear what they believe about this trip.
Thank you. Kim Kaufman is our next speaker. After that will be Noel Weiss. Is Kim Kaufman here? You are? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. We'll make sure your name's in the record. Noel Weiss will be next.
Council members, good morning. I'm one who does believe in the power of ideas and the power of the people, and I think this discussion this morning puts that somewhat to the test. My experience is I don't think there's anything worse than a self-hating anti-Semitic Jew. The State of Israel is the one democracy in the Middle East that's basically been under attack. And when those who come before you, and I'm no fan of the mayor as far as his travels, because he's traveled a lot, but when it comes to the security of this country, Israel is dealing with its vital, very existence. Iran, others, basically want to wipe the State of Israel off the map. Now, those people who are here today, or those whom they represent, if those people would, like Egypt, like Jordan, recognize the right of Israel to exist, then I think we would be on the path that they want and the path that probably we all want. But when Palestinians who try to do business with Israel get shut down and killed because of political reasons, that becomes an issue as well. And what we're talking about is the security of this city and of this country. And it is perfectly appropriate for the mayor, for this council, for anyone to inquire as to all alternatives with respect to keeping the people of this city safe, be it the ports, be it the airport, be it anywhere else. And that's my comment as far as that's concerned. In the last 30 seconds, I have one quick suggestion for the city council. Last year we had a little, whatever it was, sleepaway in San Pedro, whatever it was. But that really failed. You guys have to set goals. And my suggestion is, each of you, come up with one thing, just one thing, that you will say in 1 year, if I do not achieve this, I will have failed. And I challenge each and every one of you. You don't have to do it as a collective, just do it as an individual. Janice actually does it every week at the Watts Gang Task Force. But thank you, that's my comment.
Thank you. Did Inson Lee come back? Inson Lee? Sir, if you'd like to come forward.
Hi, I'm Inson Lee. I live in Councilman Zion's district. And Zion and Alacon and Cadena, Gruel and Smith, they represented San Fernando Valley very well. Thank you. LA is the next target of terrorism. And to me, to prevent the terrorism is win the hearts and minds of the people. Iraq, Afghanistan, and Israel. When Mayor went there with a 2.5 million expense, Mayor and his group, did they win the hearts of the people of Palestinian? I don't hear anything. Did they ever contact them? I don't think so. Maybe media didn't report it. I remember John F. Kennedy, President, said we should never negotiate out of fear, but we should never fear to negotiate. So, and another one is that when diplomat says yes, he means maybe. When diplomat says maybe, it means no. When he says no, he's no diplomat. And any politician say, we don't need to talk to them. We cannot talk to them. They're not with us. It's none of a problem. That means that they are not good politicians. They are not good people for the people itself. So I want city council make a new resolution they made just like before Iraqi war, that we have to win the hearts and minds of the people of Israel, Palestinian, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Then we don't have to spend so much money and effort to prevent terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will end our general public comment. Thank you to everybody who took time out to come here today and to give us general public comment. We'll now, we've had a request to take item the Central Planning Commission 9 to 30 out of order. If we can take that one first, and then we'll go through the rest of the commissioners as well. Mr. Roshan, if you'd like to come forward. Is Mr. Roshan here still? Oh, I'm sorry. Before everybody leaves, Mr. Zion wanted to respond briefly to the public comment. Under the guidelines of the Brown Act, we can only have a short response.
Thank you,
which I'm
Mr.
sure the
President.
city
For
attorney
those
will
in
be
attendance,
watching
I appreciate you being here. I just want to respond briefly. I am Lebanese Christian. I went on this trip. I paid a portion of that out of my own pocket, number one. Number two, 40 years with the LAPD, still active with the LAPD. As far as security, we learned a tremendous amount of information from the Israeli police. We learned a tremendous amount of information. You're nodding your head. You weren't even there. We learned about the bombs that are done by the terrorists. We learned about the port security. We learned about the water and other technology.
Mr. Zine,
I wanted to respond very quickly to the folks. We met with Israelis. We met with Palestinians. We went to Bethlehem. We met with a number of the people. We went to Old Jerusalem. We met with the Muslims. We met with the Arabs. We met with many people. We saw the schools that are integrated. We saw a lot of things that people are not aware of. I'm Lebanese Christian, born here. I was in Lebanon 2 years ago. We met with the President of Israel, the Prime Minister of Israel. This trip to Israel, I thought, was very beneficial to me as a public official, as a member of law enforcement, and the technology we're talking about is going to help security here in the city of Los Angeles. I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that what we went there for was not a junket, but to try and establish additional safety and networking communications with the people of Israel and the Israeli government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. We'll go to our items now. The commissioners, excuse me, if we can please keep order in the chambers. Thank you very much for your comments, and thank you, Mr. Zine, for yours as well. We will now go to the commissioners in order. Please, if we can call the first commissioners forward.
First item, Mr. President, is item number 3, and that's confirmation of the reappointment of Mr. Michael Sirota to the Quality and Productivity Commission.
Okay, Mr. Sirota, if you'd like to come forward to the table. And I know this goes through Mr. Zine and Mr. Parks' committees. And Mr. Huizar, if you'd like to be recognized. I believe this nominee came through your committee, Mr. Sirota, for the Quality and Productivity Commission. I'd like to recognize you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I believe you have Mr. Sirota's information in your booklets. We've had this person serve on the commission before, and we asked for the reappointment. Is this on, Mr.?
Yes, Mr. Huizar?
Okay.
Yeah, he's up.
We asked for your reappointment. I know we have a number of commissioners up today, so I just ask for your support. Thank you very much. And thank you for your service on this commission. We've accomplished a lot in these last couple of years, and we appreciate all your hard work you put on this commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge Mr. Sirota, who's a resident of CD3, a businessman in CD3, a member of many groups in the council district. He's done a great job on the commission. We heard in committee how you enjoyed that activity. You meet the good people of Los Angeles, the hard workers that serve the taxpayers, and I just wanted to give him a strong confirmation for reappointment. He serves well in that capacity. Quality and productivity are very, very important so we can deliver a product to the people of Los Angeles. And Commissioner Sirota, you do a fine job. I just want to acknowledge you as a fine resident of CD3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. And with that, we have a lot of commissioners to get through, so we're going to go straight to the vote, Mr. Sirota. So please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Thank you. 10 ayes. That was approved. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is confirmation of Ms. Maria Armudian to the Environmental Affairs Commission, and EE report has been submitted.
Okay. If you'll indulge me from the chair, colleagues, I know Ms. Perry is out today. She's excused from this meeting, but I know we had a unanimous confirmation or reconfirmation in the committee of Ms. Armudian, and we really appreciate the great work that you've done. And if anybody would like to be heard on this nomination? Ms. Gruhl?
Just briefly, we had the opportunity yesterday to have a dialogue, and I have to say this young woman was so engaged in all of the issues with environmental affairs. I was impressed. In fact, I sent a note to my staff that we needed to get together to see what we could do. But I just wanted to stand up and say what a great appointee, and that your engagement in all of the issues, from the smallest to the biggest policy issues, was really very, very impressive. So just wanted to say appreciate her willingness to serve.
Thank you. And with that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll in the nomination and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you for your extraordinary service, and we look forward to more of it. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item,
Let's still hold 5 on the table for a moment, if we can go to the next one after that.
Next item is item number 6, and that's confirmation of reappointment of Ms. Sylvia Drew Ivy to the Board of Civil Service Commissioners.
Okay. Mr. Zine, we have item number 6, the Civil Service Commission, I believe came through your committee?
Yes, it did,
Ms.
Mr.
Ivy?
President. I think we just saw you yesterday.
You did.
Civil Service Commission.
Yes.
Okay. You've been there. You've done a great job. You want to stay there.
Yes, I do.
And since you've done a great job, and we discussed the disciplinary process and all the other aspects of the Civil Service Commission, I said if we could discuss it in committee, we could save time here on the council floor. So we discussed all the issues. You're highly qualified for the reappointment, so move the recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. And with that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on this nomination and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you very much as well, and congratulations on your service. If we can go back to number 5, please, and if Mr. Patsouris would like to come forward. Mr. Patsouris was also in our Energy and Environment Committee yesterday, and we had a, I believe, 4-person vote in support, but I'd like to recognize Mr. Zine, who I believe the council district Mr. Patsouris lives in.
Confirmation, Mr. Nick Patsouris. Pronounce it the Greek.
No, I'll let you. You learned it.
Patsouris. All right. I mean, the way you pronounced it was wonderful. But I have a
Patsouris.
Patsouris.
Only the mayor can pronounce it correctly.
Patsouris. I love that pronunciation. You're the president of the Water and Power Commission. You've served there in that capacity. You've done an extremely good job. You question water and power and the different contracts and different entities, etc. You're knowledgeable, and your comprehension of the issues are paramount. You're a resident of the San Fernando Valley, so you understand the water issues, the power issues, well prepared for this. How long have you served on that commission?
3 years.
3 years?
2.5, yeah.
It's been 3 agonizing years. But it's been a challenge, but you've been able to lead that commission and work with the body of Department of Water and Power employees, which many people take for granted. The power, the water. When the power goes out, obviously we have issues, concerns. When the water main breaks, people have issues and concerns. I know we're doing the infrastructure to make it better, but what I am very impressed about you is your detail and your examination, and you just don't rubber stamp it. You and the commission really look at and analyze and dissect before you make that recommendation to approve anything. An excellent reappointment by the mayor, and a wonderful example of a citizen who gets involved, rolls his sleeves up, and makes it better for people of LA. So
thank you,
another recommendation for this fine gentleman.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, I'm deeply disappointed to vote no on this appointment. Nick has been a tremendous civil servant to Los Angeles in many ways. Notwithstanding that, it deeply saddens me that we have hundreds of thousands of people who struggle to pay their Department of Water power bills, over a million who may qualify for low-income discounts on the Department of Water and Power, and yet only 80,000 households have been able to get signed up for the program. That compares miserably to private organizations of similar capacity throughout the state. PG&E has a higher rate, Edison has a higher rate, and numerous utilities, municipal utilities, also have a higher rate of penetration of informing the low income about how to sign up for discounts. You know, we had a major discussion about this when we voted for the rate increase. I raised the issue, and I included a motion that said we were going to create a committee comprised, an advisory committee comprised of each of the members. Mr. Patsouris was engaged in that discussion. It's on the video, and I encourage him to take a look at it. And that measure passed, and the advisory board is to be established. So I was dumbfounded yesterday and disappointed when I asked what's the status of it, and Mr. Patsouris said yesterday in committee he knew nothing about it. He knew nothing about the motion. He knew nothing about the low-income advisory committee that was to be recommended by Department of Water and Power as to how we implement it. And I think that, you know, notwithstanding my, 30 years of working with Mr. Patsouris on a variety of issues, I have to tell you that sometimes you just have to represent those who don't have anybody to speak up for them. My no vote is to represent those who struggle to pay their DWP bill and can't buy food for their kids. My no vote is to vote for the senior citizens who can't buy medicine because they got to pay their DWP bill and they don't know that there's a low income rate. We've got to get a higher penetration of information out to the public so they can get what is rightfully theirs, the low-income rate that is by ordinance created by this council, yet is not being deployed by the Department of Water and Power. Now, I respect the fact that Mr. Patsouris has created an internal advisory committee, but frankly, the numbers have not changed dramatically. And until the DWP takes this serious, I am going to engage. And therefore, let me also announce that I'm going to conduct a hearing on this matter at the Select Committee on Poverty to find out what DWP can do to improve their performance in this area, and we'll bring in all the other utilities who have done a better job as well.
Okay. Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you, and I want to stand in support of Mr. Patsouris' renomination. I've had the pleasure as well knowing for a long time, and his participation on a number of commissions. And there's one thing about Nick Patsouris is he is a voice on that commission, and I know understands the concerns Mr. Alarcon has raised and committed to that. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us as elected officials to get the information out on how people can be able to access that and to be able to have that discounted rate, and look forward to that participation. I asked you yesterday, Mr. Patsouris, one of the things that you felt was the biggest challenge for DWP in the next year, and we discussed the importance of infrastructure and in relation to, as you mentioned, the staff able to actually make those changes and to upgrade the system. We saw this last weekend, although there were still some outages, a response by this department in the last year, a big change in being able and flexible to respond to those calls. Would you like to just add anything as to some of the priorities you see in your next year as president, or next 4 years as president of the commission?
Okay, first I respect Councilman Alarcon's comments. I don't think this is the appropriate forum to debate the issue, and I would like to offline Mr. Alarcon to meet with you and see where the miscommunication occurred. 30 years in public life, I take pride that I have, and when I was on the RTD and MTA and the Board of Zoning Appeals, I take pride for caring for the underdog, the voiceless, the defenseless, because I truly feel their pain. I have already, Mr. Alarcon, implemented in the last 2-3 months programs to take the voiceless, because I'm aware that the little people don't have high-paid lobbyists and they don't have big attorneys representing their interests. As far as the next year and the next 5 years of priorities, as I said yesterday, is the infrastructure. The ratepayers has given and trusted you and the Commission with billions of dollars, and is incumbent upon us to spend it thriftily, to spend it prudently with fiscal responsibility. At the same time, hiring has been very difficult at DWP. It takes 3 to 4 years to train a person so they can go and go up on a pole and do their work. Renewable power resources. The mayor and you, as the council, has set a 20% goal for 2010. It's a monumental task. We have not walked through that path yet. Billions of dollars are involved. And again, it's incumbent on the Commission and you to monitor how is that money spent, because at the end, the ratepayers, 5 or 10 years from now, would have to pay that bill. I'm very proud to say, as of when this commission was appointed by the mayor, we have made it a key component of our tenure to provide transparency in contracting, fairness, open up the contracts to small business, minority and women, and we continue to do that, and will continue for many years, because when you have an ocean liner who has been going in the wrong direction for the last 20, 30 years. I don't care how committed you are, I don't care how much time you put, how much smart you are, it will take time. I truly believe we have changed the direction, but it will take another 4 to 5 years before we can say the Department of Water Power is again the jewel of the city, because it is Department of Water and Power. I'm committed, as long as I'm capable and healthy, to serve the people, and I'm proud of my service in this commission over the last 3 years. I sat here on this table 3 years ago in September of 2005, and I made promises. And today I can look back 3 years later and say I fulfilled most of the promises.
Well, and one of the things I believe that Department of Water and Power, and I said this during the budget and during some of the appointments, that through Mr. Nahai's appointment as well as the general manager, that the DWP's reputation has been tainted over the years, and that you're correct that people in the city, either, number one, some of it is very accurate in some of the challenges, and that they have a long way to go to instill into the public's eye that, in fact, that DWP is providing water and power at the lowest, most reliable cost and serving all of its constituents in a way that is fair and equitable. And I think that's where all of us can come down to. And as the Commission, I saw the May 28th, I guess, report from the Department of Water and Power about setting up the Citizens Commission, the importance of expediting that as quickly as possible and ensuring that also those of us, I mean, we, not only does DWP send information every month to these individuals who are paying it, but we have interaction with a number of individuals who are challenged and may not be able to have the income available to pay some of the higher costs as you look at gasoline, all the things that are incurring upon a family today. So I look forward to you letting us know where else we can be helpful to address some of those issues, and when we can challenge the bureaucracy, as I know you have as President of the Board of DWP. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
I haven't had the fortune of being able to be engaged in the city of Los Angeles politics and policy for the decades that you have, Mr. Petsoris, and I do respect all that you've done for the city and the county and the region, and yet at the same time, I've never heard you tell me or anybody that you're perfect. And the fact of the matter is, neither is the Department.
I'm Greek.
Neither is the Department of. I'm not perfect either. The Department of Water and Power is not perfect either. And the issue that Councilmember Alarcon brought up is a valid issue. It's an important issue, and I'm sure and I expect that both the department and Councilmember Alarcon and all of us are going to make sure that we advance that matter appropriately so, and with the proper policy advancement. But at the same time, I wanted to clarify that I will be voting for you because I know you're not perfect. You never said you were, but I'm voting for you because of the dedication that you've proven and you've served throughout these years, and specifically on the Department of Water and Power. I've actually turned on Channel 35 and have watched certain meetings of the department where you're the only commissioner there. I'm not saying that the other commissioners should or shouldn't be there or what have you, but looking at your line of questioning, looking at the way you're approaching things, looking at the fact that you have in fact got upset at staff and at people because they're not working strong enough or hard enough, or they haven't got back to you and they've had plenty of time to do so. Yet at the same time, you continue to move forward responsibly in trying to do what's best for the department and what's best for the people of Los Angeles. I just thought it was important for me to clarify that in light of what happened yesterday in committee and what's going on today here. And I think that you've been involved in policy and politics long enough to say what you've just said, and I know you meant it, that you respect Councilman Alarcon's position and the things that he feels strongly about, yet at the same time, can you give us one example of something that you feel good about as a volunteer commissioner that you've been doing for so many years. Just give us that one example of something that you feel good about, that you actually have been fighting for people who don't have high-paid lobbyists and who don't have the benefit of that access.
I'm glad you asked this question, and anybody would think it was a planted question. You know, we give at the WP and here multi-million-dollar contracts taking care of this big guy, this special interest, and so on. In March of this year, I read, who's North Hollywood? Gruer, right? I read in La Opinión that a landlord was turning off the water 4 hours a day in, day out of some apartment. Now you know, and I know, who lives in those apartments in North Hollywood. That's what I said earlier. The voiceless, the defenseless, who are afraid to go to the authorities and report this landlord. I took that newspaper, gave it to a city attorney, Julie Riley. She did the research. And what she find out, ladies and gentlemen, it's a crime for a landlord to turn off the utilities. State law. And it's Rule 14, if I remember correctly, of LADWP, that again, it's a crime. It went on the agenda, I don't remember, 2-3 weeks ago. And we're going to send to every landlord who has, because as you know, the water is a master meter. And put them on notice, we'll go after you. And the mayor and the city attorney will call a press conference and make that known. Now, who knows from all these tenants that Nick Pachauri took the time? Nobody. That's one of my greatest satisfactions, because I understand these people. You know, you can have food and you can miss the food. But picture a mother with 2-3 babies and not having water. But you know what? He was getting away with it. Now let me tell you another thing, now that you get me pumped up. A friend of mine comes out of the hospital, 3 months in the hospital with arrhythmia, ready to die. Goes home, no electricity, no water. Why? The department sends the bill, he's not home, he cannot pay. Second notice, he's not home, so he goes home, no electricity, no water, and he calls, says, what's happening? He says, we'll get back to you in 2-3 days. Well, again, we had staff. I asked staff, when was the last time you review in this electronic era the disconnect service procedure? Everybody's looking everybody around. I said, I got the answer. You never did. Now there will be an auto call informing the tenant. They will go and visit. If a meter has not been registered for 2-3 months, what does it say? Somebody is not there. And on top of that, we are going to save money because it's cheaper to have an auto call than go through. So, as I said to Mr. Alarcon, I respect his opinion. There was a miscommunication. I don't want publicly to discuss the miscommunication. I care for the little guy. And you said what was the greatest thing? 3 years on the WP, I have taken care of many things. But
But you never claimed to take care of everything. You've never claimed to take care of everything.
No, I cannot.
There's so many things that we need to do, that you need to do. But I just wanted to put into perspective the fact that I respect your work a lot. You and I have disagreed on things, past, present, and probably in the future. But one of the things that I learned a long time ago, those people who sit in the corner and do nothing can actually say that they've never made a mistake or that they're perfect. But the people who actually engage every day and do more and more and more and more, those are the people who make more mistakes than the other people And those are the people who show that they're not perfect. Yet at the same time, when you look back, more has been done and more people have benefited. And that's how I see your work, Mr. Petsoris. Not perfect, but I see your work as something, when you look back, you've done a tremendous amount of work for the people who do not have a voice. You've done a tremendous amount of work for the county, for the city, and many levels of government. And I also want to interject as well. I notice you have an accent. Are you an immigrant to this country? Yeah?
Not anymore. The ones who are born here, the immigrants.
Well, as a son of immigrants, I'm very proud to say that I support you, and you're proving very well that when you come to this country, when you participate in this country, when you engage in this country, wonderful things happen for everybody. So I want to thank you for your service, and also, Petsoris is not a Latino name, right? What are you doing reading La Opinión is in Spanish, isn't it?
Me gusta mucho la música latina.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for utilizing all the things that you enjoy and incorporating that into the good work that you do. And once again, thank you very much, and I'm more than happy to support you. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
No, I'm done.
Okay. Now it is time for us to vote on this nomination. If we can please open the roll. Oh, Mr. Rosendahl?
Just a second on it. I've known you for 30 years at least, and your integrity and your honesty and your leadership is greatly appreciated by me, and stepping back up to the plate to do more public service is a thrill to have you sitting there, and obviously I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. And with that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved. Thank you very much, Mr. Patsuris, and congratulations. Next appointment, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 7, that's confirmation of the reappointment of Mr. Michael F. Fleming to the Board of Commissioners, LA Convention Center.
I'd like to recognize the chair of our Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, and I believe you were not at committee. You were unable to be at committee. There was a little miscommunication. So why don't you take this opportunity to give us a little sense of why you want to serve on this commission, what you bring to the table, and what you see as kind of the big picture for our convention center.
Sure. I've been on this Convention Center Commission for about a year. It's been a terrific experience. I think the management team under the direction of Mr. Abbasi has done a terrific job with what is, we hope, a world-class facility. I think there are some challenges facing the Convention Center, certainly facing the city, and I do think at some point we have to have a longer conversation about what it is we hope the Convention Center could and should be, how we manage it, how we allow for staffing and hiring and procurement and those kind of things, so that we can make it perhaps a bit more competitive to some of the other convention centers. But the core of the convention center is really very strong, and it's been an honor to serve on that commission.
Well, you bring up an interesting issue about sort of policy issues about overall the running of the convention center. Does the commission take those issues up? In what type of a forum would those longer conversations take place? Is that something we need to bring forward on the city council, or is this something the commission could actually take a day-long retreat and talk about some of these bigger issues? Does this happen, or what can we do to sort of facilitate those longer conversations?
I mean, we do have those conversations, and we have them frequently because we're trying to figure out a way, I think, as a commission, how would we empower Mr. Abbasi and his team to do the job they want to do, and in fact to do it better and more strategically. But yeah, I think it's probably a longer conversation that appointeds, electeds, and interested parties might want to have about mapping out remember, the convention center books things 3 years, 5 years in advance. We probably should be having conversations about what the convention center looks like, not tomorrow, but 3 years from now and 5 years from now.
One of the things when we talk about the convention center, I know my colleague Bill Rosendahl and I both feel this way, that there's two areas of the city where we're looking to possibly invest in mini conference centers. One is, of course, in the LAX area, along Century Boulevard, in coordination with some of those hotels. And the other topic that's come up is down in San Pedro on the Port Sacal waterfront area. The idea of maybe a mini conference center that, Disney cruise ship is going to be hopefully making that a permanent home. We've already got a pretty vibrant cruise ship operation, and the idea of marrying cruise ships and conference centers and tourism, and the idea that this does not necessarily take away from our main convention center, but it's actually an idea of maybe growing up baby conventions by nurturing smaller conferences in other parts of the city that would ultimately grow up to be big conferences and would come to our convention center. How do you feel about that idea? Is that something we can look to the Commission for leadership on?
Oh, absolutely. And I think those are great ideas for both of those venues. I think the challenge that we'll have to face is, for example, the one near LAX, how do we take a look at the infrastructure that's in the area? Having strip clubs and fast food restaurants might not be helpful to luring some of the businesses that we want at a mini conference center or convention center. So how do we improve the infrastructure? How do we improve the neighborhoods that are around there so that tourists and travelers, business travelers especially, really do want to hold conferences or conventions there and utilize local businesses that are in the area?
I think those businesses maybe flourish during conventions. I will say that there are no strip clubs at Port Sacal or on the waterfront. I'll say that. But I'm glad to hear you say that. But we're looking to improve the infrastructure around LAX. We're looking to improve the security, the landscaping. We're working to empower the hotel workers so that they get paid decent wages. So we're looking already to improve the infrastructure around LAX, and we think still that a venue, as well as maybe something down on the waterfront, would be an excellent incubator that we would hope that the Commission and the Convention Center could shepherd in the future. So
I think we'd be fully supportive of it.
Good. I wholeheartedly support your reappointment.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Ms. Hahn said it all, and of course I talked to you offline over there about the same issue. For me, it's very important that we create this conference center so that the hotel strip on Century Boulevard, which gives in 35% of the city's bed tax, has a destination point other than switching planes and moving on out, transit population. And I love your executive director, the way you guys are now in the black and you're revenue generating. You're doing a fabulous job. And I know you've had meetings on the conference center already, and the direction is moving, and it's just wonderful to know that we have the leadership in both the Commission and in the General Manager that listens to what we're saying, which is it is an incubator, as Ms. Hahn says, for the Convention Center. It is a complement to the Convention Center, and it is an additional, incredible good amenity for business and for opportunities for all of us. So I look forward to report backs as time goes on. But most importantly, Michael, I want to thank you for stepping to the plate and providing leadership for our great city.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you very much, and appreciate both Ms. Hahn and Mr. Rosendahl's comments. I can also speak to the character of Mr. Fleming. He is an upstanding citizen of Silver Lake and Los Angeles. We appreciate your service in the Planning Commission for the East Area, as well as what you've been doing with the Convention Center. So keep up the good work, and with that, we'll make it official. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
He's approved. Congratulations, Mr. Fleming. Next appointment, please.
It's confirmation of the reappointment of Mr. Fernando Torres Gil to the Board of Airport Commissioners.
Why don't we have the Commissioner come forward, and we'll recognize Ms. Hahn again for TCT Committee to give the first words. Okay. All right. Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you. I would like to stand in support of our reappointment of Fernando Torres Gil. And we were chatting over there, and I said, you have been an active participant. And his response was, there's a lot more that needs to be done, and I want to be there to make sure it happens and to follow through. And you have really been an incredible asset, not only to this commission, but on a number of other issues in the city of Los Angeles and at UCLA. And so for all of us in this room, we appreciate that this is as we travel in various places up and down the state and across the country, realize that LAX clearly needs to be modernized, and that it is one in which we want to be very proud of, and to be able to see that. And we have a long way to go into doing that. So I just wanted to say thank you. I don't know if you'd like to say a few words before my colleagues speak, to just say a little bit about what you see the next 4 years being like as part of the Commission.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just a few comments. Yes, there's much work to be done. We have excellent leadership from my fellow commissioners, from the committee here, and much of what we have to do is to make our existing airports more efficient, more appealing, and state-of-the-art, and certainly LAX is a big part of that, but we also have Ontario, Van Nuys, and Palmdale. As you know, we're investing a great deal of public funds and airport funds, and hopefully a lot of these things, including, for example, the renovation of the Tom Bradley Terminal, will be online or completed by 2012. Just yesterday, we inaugurated our new center taxiway. So we have a great deal of investments. It'll take a few more years to get these all online, and if I'm confirmed, I look forward to being part of seeing these things come to fruition.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl and then Hassan, is that okay? Okay, Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah, not to steal anybody's thunder here, but we're in the day of modernization, first time since 1984.
Yes.
Yesterday, the mayor, Ms. Hahn, and I were there to do the final south runway. It was a $333 million project. It was done on budget and on time in 14 months. It is the first of the $7 billion we need to spend going forward to make it a destination gateway to America. Modernization, yes. Expansion, no. The FAA was rude to me. They're just full of their desires rather than appreciating anybody in the community. My biggest issue right now is full staffing of the tower with credentialed, experienced air traffic controllers. There are 47 slots to make it a fully staffed tower, and there's 33 full-time professionals and some fresh new blood, and there's overtime and everything else. I mentioned to the FAA in front of the cameras grinding that they're irresponsible for not having enough folks in the tower. They did respond, thanks Marion Brakely, who used to run the FAA, with going for the status runway lights, which is very important from a safety standpoint. So we're moving on that, though she was reluctant at first. Next spring we'll have that. The second project that must be done immediately is fully staffing the tower. And I want a commitment out of you, just like Gina Marie has committed to us, that you will look into this and come back with a report about the status of the standard 47 fully staffed positions with qualified, trained people. This president, who's been totally irresponsible, finally has put 400 in play nationwide. They're in the process of being briefed and educated and connected. But the fact that he let it go from 47 to 33 just tells you what kind of a president we've had for the last 6 years. So I look for a report back from the Commission on the status of the tower and getting more air traffic controllers up here. Can I count on you?
You have my absolute commitment on fully staffing our towers, not just at LAX, but at our other airports. And not to be partisan, I am supporting an individual for president. Should he be elected, I think will give us a new political culture that will be more responsive to our requests.
Okay, and the other issue that I want to make
sure... You're hoping
sure...
for some change? Is hope and change connected to that? Okay.
We're expecting a big change in November. So.
Okay, the other thing that I want to be very clear about is the Green Line. It's a mile and a half from LAX, and irresponsible leaders of the past let it stay in a miniature golf course. Well, I've had it. Well, we're paying $5 to $7 billion to modernize that airport. That's the time you put the plug in light rail for all the mass transit dreams. As they become a reality, we will have put it in as the architecture design suggests. You spend the $7 billion and make it happen. Do I have your commitment on that?
Yes, sir. And thank you for your support on all our other projects and your leadership for the area.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer because the bottom line is the only way these airlines are going to go to Ontario, which is like the Maytag man waiting for direct, nonstop, frequent, and discounted flights, is the airlines realize that LAX is no longer the cheapest airport in America. The only reason they keep stuffing it into LAX is because it's cheaper to land there because we haven't done modernization until just now. Now that we're modernizing, we We pass those costs on to airlines, and all of a sudden they'll wake up and realize the Inland Empire, Orange County, and others would rather go, in a real sense, to Ontario.
And that's what we want for Ontario, get more of our people out there.
And bless you for your leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Well, I certainly stand in support of your reappointment. And as I mentioned in committee, I remember your work when you were on the Harbor Commission previously, and I saw your concern not just for the entity that you're overseeing, but for the surrounding communities that are impacted by that entity. And the airport certainly has a very similar scenario with its community members as the Port of Los Angeles did. We've got to nurture these economic engines, but we've got to pay attention to the communities that are most impacted, and I think we've done a good job. I'm just here to sort of give a shout out to this commission and give a shout out to the modernization of LAX. It's been in the works for 12 years. Yesterday was exciting because we inaugurated the South Runway Improvement Project. We have the Interline Taxiway, which we know is going to improve safety. It's going to reduce idling by airplanes, and it will help to accommodate the larger aircraft like the A380 and the Boeing Dreamliner. And those are the things that I heard that were serious concerns to me about LAX, that the airline industry just wasn't as fond of LAX as they could be. They didn't have to land here anymore, and we needed to do some things that really spoke to modernization and safety of LAX, making it a state-of-the-art facility. And under your commission, I really believe, as well as the leadership of Gina Marie Lindsay, that we're really doing that. I'm very excited that we're now going to be putting gates on the backside of Tom Bradley International Terminal, which is something that I have been fighting for. I'm really happy about the Midfield Concourse. I believe that's a facility that also needs to be pushed forward. And then, as Bill said, the staffing of the tower is critically important. I was quoted in the paper today as saying on the north runway, I think one of the options that should not be off the table, is the thought of moving that south and redoing terminals 1, 2, and 3. So just hopefully all those things are still on the table as we look to have a safe airport without impacting our communities. And then in committee, I did bring up the idea of, while we're moving forward to award billions of dollars in contracts, I need your commitment that the process will be fair, transparent, honest, open, and above reproach, and even above the perception of reproach. And I think some of the things that you've already said lead me to believe that that is something that the Commission is going to take very seriously and look at. While no wrongdoing has happened, I thought there could be a little bit tighter closing the gap on some of our policies and how we award contracts. And I hope I can have your commitment to do that as well.
Absolutely. Let me just restate what I mentioned to you and the committee members. When it comes to transparency, accountability, and absolute honesty and fairness and integrity, I can speak for each one of our commissioners. We are there for a reason, to do well and to earn and keep the public's trust. I can assure you that at least under our watch, there'll be no hanky-panky, and we're going to tighten up procedures. The audit report by Laura Chick is a good framework for us, and so we pride ourselves on keeping things well above board and clean, and I don't think we can say that enough. I want to thank you for your recognition as well as of the importance of LAX and our airports to the economy of this region. We have a long ways to go to fully maximize that economic potential. I think you laid out a number of our projects. We're moving in the right direction. Again, that's why we need another 2, 3, 4 years to see all this finally show up as real improvements. So I think we're all committed. I'm certainly committed to working hard on this. And thank you for your leadership and your support. So.
Thank you.
And if I can just say to Councilman Cardenas, when I first came up for appointment, I know one of your major concerns was to ensure that the minority and low income and women and other groups in our city benefited from the huge amounts of investments. I hope you feel that we've made progress in that area. We're awarding more contracts to those who live in the city, work in the city, are committed to the city, whether they're persons with disabilities, women, low income, and minority. But I know that was one of your concerns initially, and we have been focusing on that as well.
Thank you. Briefly, Mr. Zine, and then Mr. Cardenas.
Go ahead, Mr. Cardenas.
Go ahead. Sure.
To the point that Commissioner Torres pointed out, thank you very much. They have made progress at LAX, but I also want to remind us that we do fall under 209 in the state of California. But with all due respect, the way in which you increase those opportunities is you enhance the applications and a more diverse, robust application of people who want to contract with our airports. Actually, on the natural, puts us in a position where we have a much more robust and diverse participation of people who do contract with the airport. So through the legal efforts of making sure that we are making a broader awareness that there is business to be done by good, responsible businesses with our airports, that we've increased the airports. LAWA has increased the diversity of the pool that they can select from, and on the natural, it's a much more diverse populace of businesses that are doing business with the airport. So I just wanted to thank you for doing that. Unfortunately, the roadblocks and the timeliness of being able to make that progress really falls on FAA, because they have to scrutinize all the things that we do and the kinds of methods that we're doing, and they have an opinion about that, and sometimes they say no, and then our staff has to go back and rearrange the wording or what have you to satisfy the federal government. So the bottom line is a lot of progress has been made. Unfortunately, a lot of it's been slower because of the process that our airports have to deal with, which is to go to the FAA whenever it comes to, especially when it comes to community benefits and things of that nature. So thank you very much. I know it's difficult, but thank you for all the hard work.
I just want you to know I have not forgotten your request.
And the evidence shows that. Thank you very much.
I thought it was a couple seconds. Took all my time. All right, start my clock over. All right, okay. Airport police. There's been proposals to blend them in with the LAPD. What's your position on that?
Well, you caught me on surprise. My personal position is...
Can you hold the time, please?
I personally don't support it.
Okay.
And our airport police are as professional as just about any airport law enforcement agency. They not only are going through the LAPD Police Academy, but recently a number of the leaders and those who were the top recruits at the airport, at the LAPD Academy were in fact our airport police. So I think it's best for the city to have LAPD, airport police separate but working very closely together.
Okay, I agree with you on that. This trip that I took with the mayor and the delegation, we flew out of El Al. Good security. They have their own security. They screen people, unlike the other international airlines. What troubled me was to get to the airplane, there's a long bus ride from the check-in all the way to the airport, or all the way to the airplane, which is on some remote terminal. And then for that plane to take off, it takes 15 or 20 more minutes. Are we going to do something with international carriers to give them a little more accommodation? So they can't, because they can't go directly to the gate as we normally would. They've got to get on a bus, take a run, get off, get on another thing, get on the airplane, then the airplane has to run down to get to the taxiway.
You're referring to LAX, sir?
Yes.
Yes. And you're referring to our outer terminals.
Well, you got terminals where people check in, then they put them on a bus and send them out to another area where they board the aircraft, which is very inconvenient and takes a lot more time.
The projects that were mentioned earlier, the midfield concourse, creating a terminal behind Bradley terminal, in fact, we'll eliminate that. We no longer want to call it the back end of Bradley, but rather a new terminal that is contiguous with and connected to Tom Bradley, so it's all seamless with the midfield concourse. That will eventually, I think, solve that problem, so passengers don't have to fly 13, 17 hours, land at LAX, have to get on a bus, be shipped over to Tom Bradley. It's a hassle. I have been to Ben Gurion Airport numerous times. I know exactly what you're referring to there. And I think as long as we have the funds, we're moving forward. We can, within a few years, eliminate that problem.
Okay, that'll be good, especially for our international travelers.
Absolutely.
It's not only El Alice. I'm sure other airlines have the same
I have
problem.
flown from Asia and Australia, and I've had to go through that bus shuttle, and it's not a fun thing to do.
And the final question I have is, we've done reports after reports, consultant study. We've spent millions upon millions of dollars coming up with plans. The remote check-in, this terminal, when are we going to finally see something accomplished? And if you add up the dollars that we spent in studies, reports, there are millions upon millions, and we really haven't done anything for improvement of the airport, except consultants are making a lot of money. We're ripping down a lot of trees and a lot of paper. When are we going to finally have something that we're going to agree on and move forward, instead of these continuing consultants and studies and studies?
I might just add, at the airport, Gina Marie Lindsay is instituting a new organizational culture that is no longer about planning. And we've been planning since the Olympics. And I think you're referring to...
That was 1984.
Yeah, so you're referring to the tens of millions of dollars that have been put into these studies.
I heard it was $50 million that we spent.
I don't have the exact figure, but it's been a lot of money. Anyways, we're moving from planning to actual building and contracting, and I think that's what you're referring to. And it does require a mindset change at the airport. There's no longer about planning and consultants. It's about actually building and fixing things. Again, I can assure you we are now in that mindset.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. And I think that's the last speaker on the queue, so we'll go ahead and take the vote. Please open the roll.
By the way, can I first say up front, at the end, I am not perfect, but I'll do my best.
Thank you. Well, anybody want to reconsider their vote before? I was voting on perfection, but all right, we'll close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item 28, confirmation of reappointment of Mr. Richard Montoya to the
Mr.
Cultural Affairs.
Montoya, if you would like to please come forward.
And I believe there is a card on this item as well.
Okay. We'll take the card at the outset. Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward. And then Matt Dowd will follow.
I am perfect.
Well, that's good. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. It's good to hear that you're perfect, sir, because I have a question for you then. As refers to the City Council, there's a number of times special events come before the City Council, and there's been a few complaints raised by some citizens regarding the cost of special events and the fact that there should be some action taken on special events regarding fees.
Excuse me, he should be directing his comments to the full council, and I don't know if he's
council
talking.
on behalf of this perfect nominee. Thank you.
I believe there's very often special events are organized as cultural affairs. And so, since this gentleman will be sitting on the Board of Cultural Affairs, maybe he can take the opportunity to address the special events that are regarded as cultural affairs that the city waives the fees on. It's very, very pertinent to the city budget. The City Council refuses to take any action because they're afraid of stepping forward. You're standing on a cultural affair board that may look into this. So since you're perfect, or you claim that, I would appreciate it, and I'm sure there's some constituents that would also appreciate it, that you look into setting up some kind of plan that would address the numerous special events that are listed as cultural affairs that are listed as special events, and the fees that go along accordingly to that, and maybe come up with a procedure that would still allow them to be listed as special events, still allowed to get certain benefits, but set a waiver price that would be fair and equitable throughout the city. Thank you for your time, your answers, and your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Saxon. Just as a point of information for you, that report, the council actually has continuously taken action. The report will be heard in Budget and Finance Committee, I believe, next week on special events, including the recommendations on procedures for special events, Mr. Sachs, and some of the other items that you just brought up. So, as always, the clerk liaison is here to give you more information and to get you that report if you'd like to read that before the meeting on Monday. Mr. Dowd.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take a minute on this. First of all, I was Mr. Perfect first. You can ask Zuma Dog. I had a reputation. I even got divorced because one wife couldn't stand how perfect I was. Anyway, but this is an important thing. And all the men will understand that one, I'm sure, and the women will be scratching their heads going, God, another one. Anyway, it's important. Cultural affairs, Jamil's Law, all of that, the community anguish right now. A lot of fences need to be mended, and I'll tell you where it starts is with LAPD.
We'll hold your time, Mr. Dowd. Cultural affairs actually isn't intercultural affairs. It's arts and art-based things, not between ethnic communities. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, look, I'll reinforce Arnold Sachs then, because I mean on those fee waiver things too. What you need to do is you need to get a big rubber mallet and go up to Jack Weiss and just knock him on the head a couple of times and say, remember 2001 with the memo for the special event fee waivers? How about getting that back on the agenda and actually screwing them down, because they're giving away money to these events that are not a public interest. But, I mean, are you looking into that? I'm sure you'll just nod. It's okay. So that's what I want, bro. Just make sure they do it by the book and don't be squeezing the city in a financial crunch right now for all these fee waivers. And the other thing, I'm sure you can do something about that too.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. And again, that will be on the agenda on Budget and Finance on Monday. With that, we'll turn first to Mr. Cardenas to say a few words. Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, and Mr. Huizar. Okay, all right. Okay. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Since you offered up your self-opinion of being perfect, I need to ask you a question. In the last 12 months, have you masqueraded as a bear? Simple yes or no, sir. In public. A bear. Like a brown bear, like, you know, put on a bear uniform?
No, but I was accosted by a bear.
Hold on. Have you ever masqueraded as a masked man wielding a sword?
Yes, I have, council member.
In the last 12 months?
Yes, I have.
You have. Okay. And how about a sleepy Mexican?
Yes, I have, council member.
You have? Okay. So you've just proven that you're not perfect, because you said yes to two of them, although you interacted with the bear at least once that I was able to see. I'm trying to let the people of Los Angeles know that we have a commissioner who is volunteering his time, and he has been an artist for officially over 25 years with a couple of other crazy guys, and otherwise known as Culture Clash. And I just wanted to point out that we have many commissioners who have lives outside of being commissioners, and who have, their time is very, very valuable, and sometimes we actually have commissioners who are exactly where they should be. Cultural Affairs is the kind of commission that you bring a lot of expertise to, Mr. Montoya, and also I just wanted to say thank you very much for your seriousness that you take this job, although we seldom see you serious, the seriousness in which you take this job, and the wonderful work that you've done over the many, many decades in masquerading as masked men and all kinds of other things. But I just wanted to point out that you're doing a wonderful job as a commissioner. I think you do tremendous work out in the community, both as a professional and as a volunteer. And I'm not going to agree with you that you're perfect. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon on perfection.
Tocayo. Well, I know that your real true mission in life was to become a commissioner for the city of Los Angeles. With all the success you've had, that meant hardly anything to you compared to the opportunity to be a commissioner for the city of Los Angeles. And I know that the passion that you carry for the arts is the passion you carry for social justice. So I also want to stand up and thank you for expanding the boundaries of thinking about art and about culture. Yes, you have represented Latinos in the arts, but you have opened the minds of many others to what Latino art is all about and what it could be about. And in doing so, you freed up more talent to go outside the bounds. What Mr. Montoya is so talented at is pushing the edge on artistic creativity. And I'm only hopeful that and I think with no doubt that your contribution to the Cultural Affairs Commission will be just that, to continue to push the edge on how we can contribute to expanding arts and culture throughout the city of Los Angeles. And just maybe some of your best work will be on the Cultural Affairs Commission, although it's going to be hard to top what you've done already. But we are honored to have your talent and your thinking. I think you are one of the most intelligent artists that I've ever met, and I know you don't necessarily want that kind of praise. So I'm not giving it to you. I'm telling my colleagues here, really. But really, and I think that you have so much to contribute and will continue to contribute, both in the performing arts as well as a commissioner. So I just wanted to applaud you and thank you for the time that you take out of your busy schedule to perform this service for the city of Los Angeles. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Thank you, Richard.
Mr. Huizar.
Richard, can I call you Richard? I could call you Richard.
Of course, okay, Councilmember.
You're on the Cultural Affairs Commission. Herbert Sequenza, the other member of Culture Clash, is on El Pueblo. What about the third guy? When will he get a commission appointment? Have we been working on that? Do we know?
We're looking into it. Maybe the County Arts Commission. I know we've been talking to Supervisor Molina about that possibility.
Good.
But he's busy with his 2 children and trying to be a working dad. So, yeah. But he's interested in something.
Well, on the serious side, I really just wanted to thank you for your service. You and Herbert have been a tremendous asset. Herbert on El Pueblo cares deeply about what's going on there. We've moved a lot of projects, things that people thought we'd never get to. We're now getting to a place where that place is moving. Yourself on this commission, and we know you're all very busy. You've been out of town for some time because of the recognitions you've been getting nationally on the work you do, but yet you've been here and have served on this commission and commit full time to it, so we appreciate that. But one area that I know we all need to do a lot more work on, and I think you would agree, is murals in our city. We were once recognized as a city who cared about its murals. The Chicano mural movement started here, and we need to do a whole lot more to protect them, preserve them, and add more, realistically. I've been using some of my discretionary funding to do that in my district. And I know that the Cultural Affairs Department is strapped, or the Commission is strapped, to be able to do a lot more of that. But I know that's something you would agree with, that we need to work to do more to preserve and get more murals out there. But one of my goals for this coming fiscal year, is to find a solution to provide a more consistent revenue stream for the preservation of those murals, because we're often scrambling about trying to find out ways we could get graffiti off and things like that. So hopefully we could work on that together this coming year, and it's something that's important for the citizenry of the city. So thanks.
Look forward to that, Councilmember. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Montoya, we very much, or should I say Zorro, we very much enjoyed your performances, your presence on the Cultural Affairs Commission, and the way that you've also shined a light on the workings throughout history of LA city politics. It's an represented area of the cultural realm, so we very much appreciate the work that you've done, appreciate the good work. Is there anything else you'd like to add, reconsider your earlier statement?
Well, I cannot speak to Israeli occupation, but I can say that just the other day, just before the commission voting on conceptual and final designs for the Autry Museum, the Holocaust Museum, an expansion of a firehouse in the Valley, a pool in South Central, a pool in East LA, and these are important things, and that's the fun and the work that we're doing on the Commission, while also paying attention to the larger issues, because along the food chain of all the top issues of the day, you'll find arts and culture somewhere intertwined in murals and billboards and graffiti and after-school programs and what are children doing after school. These are issues I know that are terribly important to this council, and I really feel that with our new leadership of Director Olga Garay and our Commission President Al Nodell, that we're really focusing in on these things right now. And with the master plan, Arts and Culture Master Plan coming up for renewal, we're a commission that's busy and that's working and that's committed, and so it's a lot of fun. I used to make fun of the minutia of the city, the electrical boxes of the city, but I was on the corner of Laurel Canyon and Mulholland the other day, and I counted 8 different electrical boxes at that intersection. And so we have to pay attention to these things and make sure we do not become a city of electrical boxes and a hodgepodge of different street lighting. And we used to make fun of that stuff. Why are we spending so much time talking about this stuff? But it's incredibly important. We all want an aesthetically pleasing city. We look at Paris, we look at New York. We can do the same, and we're getting there with your attention and help as well as the mayor. I'm extremely happy to be in this position. I take it seriously. I wear my badge as often as I can. Showed it to Barack Obama yesterday. He was very impressed. Nice. But there's a lot of important work, and it has to do with the children of this city and the way our city looks and how it operates, and arts and culture is so intertwined in that. And so I appreciate the opportunity to continue to be a commissioner on this important commission. And to the gentleman's point about free events, if I understood him correctly, if that was Zuma Dog or the other gentleman, I was at the Loomis Day Festival a couple of weeks ago. What a wonderful event. Jackson Browne singing to close to 5,000 people in the park about the lawless avenues, one of his songs, and there we were in the avenues where sometimes the bad things of that place get so publicized. There was Jackson singing, sharing his art with his African-American backup singers and a largely Latino crowd just adoring and listening to his important messages and his work. That's just typical of what happens on any given weekend here in Los Angeles, and we're going to make more of it happen, and it's a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thank you very much. It certainly is. We'll get a transcription of that for everybody. Don't worry. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioner, and welcome back aboard. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 29, and that's confirmation of Ms. Mia Lair to the Cultural Heritage Commission.
Mia Lair would like to come forward to the table. Ms. Lair here.
And I believe there are cards on this issue as well.
Okay. Why don't we take the cards while we're waiting for Ms. Lair to come up. And Zuma Dog, would like to come forward? If I could ask Mr. Dog to speak on item number 29, please.
Yes, I'm a little disappointed the commissioner isn't here, but I'll be addressing council, and I'd like to add what a rare occasion it is today on the celebration of this appointment. We have council member Jack Weiss who's here in the chambers. Jack Weiss is here, so I get to address council with Jack Weiss, something I hardly ever get to do. It's a rare occasion. Jack Weiss is here to hear my public comment on this Cultural Arts Heritage Commission. Now, first of all, if we're talking about the heritage, cultural heritage, I must put in a word for the Southwest Museum. There's a lot of people who are concerned about the Southwest Museum, the artifacts that will be looted and taken over to the Griffith Park Observatory, all culture and heritage in that area being stripped away out of the community. So I know that that's a big concern. Also, when we're talking about cultural heritage, I would like cultural heritage to English, learning English to become part of the cultural heritage, to send your kids to school, because what happens a lot of times is that they think if you teach English to your kids that you're stripping away heritage, stripping away your culture. And I'd like to say it is to enhance. If you send your kids to school knowing English, they will be able to possibly advance a lot better in society. It's to elevate the generation. So as a cultural thing, I hope we can say that if you learn English, it's not taking away heritage, it's adding to it. And that's something important I like to say. Also, regarding cultural arts as a vocation, very important. Maybe you can talk to LAUSD, because a great way to keep kids interested in school and keep them from getting involved in other curricular activities is through cultural arts. Some people like mechanics, some people have different science, some people excel in arts, cultural arts, and I say that that's a very important investment of money and services. And let's see, what else on the list? They forgot to start the clock,
Mr. Dodd,
y'all.
no, I was going to tell you
Okay.
about 10 seconds left. I'm sorry we started late. But if you want to take 10 more seconds, go ahead.
Okay, yes, and I'd like to say also that a lot of the museums that are culturally relevant have been cleared away.
Thank you. That will end our public comment on this one. If we can please open the roll, and Ms. Laird, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
She is approved. If we can take up 30 as well.
And that's confirmation of Mr. William Roshan.
All right, Mr. Dowd, if you'd like to come forward on item number 30, please, and then Mr. Dowd after you.
I hope you only count 1 minute. I was waiting for the clock to hit 1. It's your fault that you didn't start it. Don't take it out of me.
Speak on this one, please.
What?
Go ahead and speak on this one, please.
Okay. Planning. Okay, planning commissioner. Let's see. First of all, I'm going to address council. The problem is with the Planning Commission, I would like you to start paying attention to them. Every time I see some of the Planning Commission, I say, what a shame. You come up with all these rules and regulations and zoning, and City Council sits there and violates all of them with their variances and exceptions and exemptions. Basically, if you pay enough money, you can do whatever you want in this city, and it hurts the small man. So hopefully that'll be something the Planning Commissioner will be looking into. Also, be very aware of what they call smart growth. Zumadog calls it dumb growth. Because in case you haven't noticed, there's not enough police, not enough fire, not enough removal, not enough roads, too much traffic, not enough room in the schools, all these things, and so there's no more room. So I hope the Planning Commission can take charge of the city and take back the city from a city council that will do anything. If money's being put into their pockets, they'll approve anything. Just look at what Jack Weiss did in Century City. The thing's a skyscraper nightmare. Thank you very much. Let's see what else we talked. There's problems with the Planning Commission. I was in Lincoln Heights yesterday. Very important hillside development. 300 people showed up at a Lincoln Heights Planning Commission. So there is a lot of concern in the community as far as hillside development and what is allowed and with EIR reports and whatnot. But you have to beware. I want the Planning Commissioner, please, if you can talk to the Planning Commissioner in Lincoln Heights, because 300 people showed up. People bought land that they were sold. And then what they do is they say, well, now you can only build an 1,100 square foot house on this land. So now everybody's like, well, gee, now it's worthless. We can't build a home on 1,100. And so then the city takes it back. They sell it to the city, and then they put high density. It's a complete shell game. Beware the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Is Mr. Dowd here for our next speaker? Matt Dowd? Not? Don't see Mr. Dowd. Okay, we'll close the public hearing on 30. We can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Is that the last commissioner, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is, Mr.
Okay,
President.
if we can go back to the items called special, starting with number 2.
And that's a finding of public convenience and necessity in Council District 13, and I believe there are cards on this item.
If we can have we have 2 speakers from the public on this. Mr. Dowd, are you here? Matt Dowd? Nope. We'll waive that. And Philip Brown, if you'd like to come forward. And thank you for your patience this morning.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. If this were simply a matter of a liquor store, another liquor store going into the area on North Gower, you'd have absolutely no reason to grant it. But you have an opportunity. This is actually something different. The owner of this property is building a specialty high-end market and cafe, and the liquor license is going to be part of that. This is basically going to be made on the model of the Bay Cities Deli on Lincoln Boulevard in Santa Monica and Jones on 3rd. This is an opportunity for the city where an individual is putting his own money in to develop and build this neighborhood up. The second reason is the individual, Roy Ehrman, is the owner of this property. It was owned by his father before him. He's putting his money in, and this is something the city can't do by itself. This is a neighborhood that's going to be building up through the efforts of the individual who owns the property. This isn't just another liquor store that's going in. It's something that really presents an opportunity to the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. And this is in Council District 13. I'd like to make a motion on this and certainly encourage the owner to go through the new CUP process and look forward to working with them closely to see if we can establish some of those things. But in the meantime, I would move that the Council determine that the public convenience of necessity will not be served by the proposed sale of alcohol for off-site consumption at Casa Liquor and Cafe at 1610 North Gower, Hollywood 90028, insomuch as the site is located in a high crime reporting district and in a census tract with unique undue concentration of alcohol beverage sales licenses, and deny the application for determination of public convenience or necessity for the sale of alcoholic beverages at the same address based on the above finding and the negative influence associated with the sale of alcohol in the concerned community, and instruct the city clerk to transmit this determination to the State Department of Alcohol Beverage Control as the required findings under Business and Professions Code Section 2395 8.4. We'll make sure that the letter from the Los Angeles Police Department is already in the council file. I know PD is here as well in support of this, and we appreciate them on that. So with that, I'll make that motion, and if there's no objection, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 10, and that was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Okay, Ms. Hahn, item number 10.
Thank you, colleagues. This is a very exciting item that we will be approving today, and it's the low sulfur fuel incentive program at the Port of Los Angeles. And as part of the Clean Air Action Plan, the port is actually implementing financial incentives to encourage ships to use low sulfur fuel. And just so everybody knows, ships contribute the majority of the pollution in and around the port area. It's a statistic that a lot of people find hard to believe. And the other statistic that all of Los Angeles should care about is that ships contribute about 20% of all the air pollution in the LA region. So when you're looking at pollution and you're thinking about all the other causes, cars and manufacturers and refineries, ships are really one of the worst culprits for pollution. And part of the reason is the fuel that they use, which is a very dirty fuel. And when they come into dock, we know that just sitting there idling, because they have to keep the lights on, they've got a crew there, they've got to keep the ship going, they burn about 7 tons of this bunker fuel, which amounts to about 16,000 trucks on the highway. That's the kind of emission we're talking about going into the air in the harbor area and certainly all over this region. There's two ways to sort of reduce that pollution. One is allowing the ships to plug in to the DWP electricity grid when they're in berth, and that's called the Alternative Maritime Power, AMP. And we're working on retrofitting our terminals, and we're also working with the shipping industry to make sure their ships have been modified so that they will be able to plug in. That's one of the best things we can do. The second best thing we can do is to encourage ships to use low sulfur fuel, which will dramatically reduce the emissions that the ships contribute to the air quality. They've always given us the excuse that the difference between this dirty fuel and this clean burning fuel, cleaner burning fuel, is price, and that in these economic times they just can't afford to make that switch. And we cannot mandate so far that they use this low sulfur fuel, not locally or internationally. So I'm extremely proud of the Port of Los Angeles and our Harbor Commission for kind of taking that excuse away from them. We are actually going to be providing a financial incentive, basically paying the difference between this dirty burning fuel and the low sulfur fuel, so that they will, up to 40 miles outside of our harbor, they will begin switching over to this low sulfur fuel. And that will dramatically reduce the emissions as they come around Point Furman. A lot of the residents of San Pedro see that dirty, that yellow line of pollution on a regular basis. That will dramatically reduce that. But then when they come into our harbor, it will dramatically reduce the emissions that are in and around the harbor, affecting Wilmington and San Pedro, but also the about 5,000 men and women who work on the docks on a daily basis have also been breathing this bad air. So I'm very proud of us for doing this. I think it was a brilliant move. We've also, with the leadership of Geraldine Natz, we've been able to convince Long Beach to also provide this kind of financial incentive, which again is good because it puts us all on an equal playing basis, and the air is the same. Even though we are different ports, we share the same air. So this is a good thing that we're adopting today. I'm very pleased that we actually get to vote on this, to adopt this. I think it's one of the greater things that we've done. And after this, we're going to lobby more in Washington to make sure that we get this international treaty that will someday soon, hopefully, require all ships out there on the ocean to use this low sulfur fuel. It will be better for all of us. It'll be better for the environment, and it's the right way to go. But we have shown leadership on that. We have shown the way on that, and I'm very, very pleased with the fact that our port has stepped up to the plate to do this. So thank you very much. It will make a huge difference in the air that we breathe.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Nobody else wishes to be heard. Let's prepare the roll on this item and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you for your patience and your presence, and thank you, Ms. Hahn. That is approved.
And, Mr. President, the ordinance goes over for 1 week on that item.
I'm sorry, that's right. It will go over 1 week.
Thank you. I believe our next item is item number 19. Switched on you there. I'd like to acknowledge Council President Garcetti.
We haven't really said her a long time.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to open the public hearing. I know we have 3 cards in on this one, and we had a very vigorous public hearing a couple different times in committee, but I did want to afford the opportunity again, and we had public comment yesterday on that as well, and also move forward to receive and file the ordinance as the Planning Department has presented it. There's a substitute motion which has been passed out. It's also posted on the board, which corrects some of the items that have been addressed in public comment, but also corrects some of the mistakes that I believe were made in the Planning Department in some of the paperwork on this. So with that, I'd like to open up the public hearing for 2 minutes per speaker for those 3 speakers, and then I'll say some words after that.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. We have 3 speakers. Okay. So I'd like to call Doug Haynes, followed by Noel Weiss, and then followed by Michael Schoenfeld.
Good afternoon. My name's Doug Haynes. I'm with a group called the La Mirada Neighbors Association, and I briefly wanted to explain to the council why there's so much opposition to this project, both in the community and with many neighborhood councils. I think I can speak on behalf today with the Central Hollywood Neighborhood Council and the Windsor Square Neighborhood Association, and also the Larchmont Village Neighborhood Association. I'm also a board member of the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council. This project would be a radical departure from what's currently permitted under the general plan. It would put subway stop zoning on a secondary highway, Melrose Avenue, 2 miles from the nearest subway stop. It was rejected unanimously, 7-0, by the City Planning Commission for being completely inconsistent with the existing zoning and good planning. For safety reasons, the Bureau of Engineering opposed allowing this development to be constructed above the 200-foot-long alleyway as proposed by the developer. City planning staff determined that this project is inconsistent with the general plan and requires an amendment to the plan to make it consistent, not a variance. And I'll read to you one of the findings. It says, granting the requested residential density variance would allow the applicant to enjoy a substantial property right not possessed by other properties based on hardships which are self-imposed. Hardships which are self-imposed truly describes this project. The applicant has admitted in several public hearings that they need these variances for the project to be profitable. That's their hardship. Also, the substitute motion, which you have before you, references off-site affordable housing, but doesn't give a figure. In the past, the applicant has quoted $800,000, and that would pay for 1 3/4 units of affordable housing under the current proposal. 48 units of affordable housing, extremely low income, was lost for this project. Please oppose this. It will result in litigation otherwise.
Thank you very much. Mr. Noel Weiss.
Council, I understand, I think this project is kind of a representation as to why the City Council really has to make a housing policy. Mr. Weezer, I think a couple of years ago, or maybe a year ago, on the tenant relocation, talked about, just asked the question rhetorically, what is the housing policy of the city? We're taking, my understanding is there were about 40 units of affordable housing that were taken down, and they're going to be replaced by 85 or 86 units of luxury housing. Now, apparently there's some monies that are going to be transferred for the benefit of this corporation that's going to take care of other affordable housing needs in the district. But those people that over at Hollywood Courts with whom I've spoke have no idea, and there hasn't been adequate communication with them. And the importance, I think, of the city basically making a housing policy and debating a housing policy is important. We have these other issues that we're talking about. So the bottom line is, from the standpoint of speculators determining the policy of the city, it's up to the leadership of the city to make a determination, to make a decision as to how they're going to allocate these resources, who gets what and why, what are we doing and why, and have it clear to the public so that they understand why it is that we are losing affordable housing more than we're gaining. And again, these types of projects I think are reflective of that, and I think it's important not just with respect to this project, but district-wide. And that's basically the point that I want to make, because we're doing this on a case-by-case basis, and it's really not a good idea. And I think what we were talking about last year with the retreat was having a council hearing that talked about specific goals, specific policies. We're talking about the housing element. We're talking about SB 1818. We're talking about the needs of the people of the city. We have ideas in terms of TOPA. But in terms of this project, I would hope that Mr. Garcetti would write in specifics relative to what these people are going to get by way of dollars, and also put them into the track map conditions so that they can be enforced by those impacted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Schoenfeld.
President Pro Tem, members of the council, good morning. Michael Schoenfeld on behalf of the applicant in this matter. I want to thank the staff and the decision makers for the hard work they've put into this project. With respect to some of the comments made, I also want to offer brief points in response. With respect to the hardship, the applicant has submitted some supplemental findings on the variances which identify the hardships. With respect to the issue of profitability, I believe that term has been misused in the context of this discussion. In fact, without the variance, there would be an economically infeasible project, and under the standards of the law, that is an adequate basis upon which to base a variance. There are other hardships we've amply and adequately identified too in the record. With respect to the off-site housing, the project applicant is committed to $800,000, which translates into 50 to 56 units of affordable housing. In other words, these decisions that the City Council and the Commission have made are going to result in a net benefit to the community. I appreciate your time and consideration on this. If you have questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcetti.
Madam President, and thank you to our three commenters on this one as well. I know we'd had public hearings, but I thought just to briefly open that and to hear that again was good. I want to put a couple facts on the record as well. It was very clear to me that some of the same concerns that many community members brought to us, both in my own council district and Mr. Labange's district, not only were legitimate ones, but just to correct the record, what the CPC voted against was an earlier plan that we too didn't feel very comfortable with, and we wound up sending them back to the neighborhood council for this area. I was not directly involved in those negotiations. I said, if you don't have the backing of the neighborhood council, it's going to be very difficult for me to support this. And they received a majority vote of the neighborhood council, their planning land management committee, and came back. I was surprised, quite frankly, that they did, but it was good work and it showed the negotiations. Not everybody in the community is ever 100% happy with what puts forward, but this mirrors almost exactly on the south side of Melrose, a similar project that Mr. Labange, who's been a great defender of communities and community character, put through. And we also embraced exactly what the Central Planning Commission said about some of the setback issues and some of the height issues, which we felt were simply too extreme to embrace and still be in the character of the community. We try to reinforce the neighborhood council system as a central part of good planning and land use management, and I think this is an example of where that happened. We had, I believe, about 12 cards for and 2 against when we had the hearing last week on this. We read those into the record as well, and folks from neighborhood councils on both sides of this issue, good people who agreed to disagree. Lastly, I've been speaking, I think, the heart of the issue of what Mr. Weiss and others have said as well. Demolitions are very difficult for us in Los Angeles right now. I know Mr. Rosendahl, I've spoken about this, and I recently sat down with Supervisor Yaroslavsky. You can't completely outlaw demolitions because it's a taking, but I think increasingly in the city where we have older properties, which are not affordable housing in the classic sense, but they're rent stabilized, so they're often some cheaper units, at least until they turn over, that we have to look at preserving those and protecting those in a way that isn't going to be immediately thrown out in court as a taking. That is an important thing for us to be looking at to preserve that real character and that scale within communities. That said, sometimes we have to play defense, and I depend on the neighborhood councils to do that. And this was a case where we just kept sending them back to the neighborhood council and said if you didn't get it, we weren't going to be there. They did. The last meeting I had with these developers, that was very clear. Hadn't had a meeting since, and I was pleased to see that outcome. I know there's some who still would like to maybe change that outcome, look at it differently, but enough of the people in the community have embraced this, and we've embraced what the City Planning Commission and we agreed upon on the earlier proposed project was out of scale. It didn't have those setbacks, and so I think that this is a good victory, and I urge your aye vote today while we address the larger issues that Mr. Weiss is exactly right about, and those housing policies. Just as a side note, it's not on the agenda today, but Ms. Marquez is cranking away on policy. A housing policy is an extremely complex thing, but also we need the planning department to be a part of that in looking at what we do with our community plans updates. That's where the rubber is going to hit the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. There are no other speakers on the queue. So, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item.
Receive and file the original ordinance and move the
To receive and file the old ordinance.
And then vote on the
Why don't you state for the record, Madam Clerk, what we're voting on?
I'll move to receive and file the ordinance and vote on the substitute motion, which has been passed out and which is up there and we've discussed.
Thank you. That will be the order. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 11 ayes. That item has been approved as amended. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is item 23, and that was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, colleagues. Again, another exciting thing that we can all put our stamp of approval on, and this is a contract for the purchase of 25 electric trucks at the Port of Los Angeles. I believe 20 are going to be yard trucks, the ones that actually move the cargo in and around the terminals, and then 5 will be electric trucks that will be outside of the port. We're not sure how we're going to use those right now, but we know there's going to be a good use. A year ago, we actually began testing a prototype electric truck, and now it's ready for prime time, and we're very excited about it. And this, again, is another good example of the port, AQMD, private industry working together to develop solutions that will benefit everyone. Electric trucks produce no emissions, and they're really moving us toward the idea of greening the port. I'm very excited that the new headquarters to manufacture these electric trucks will be in Harbor City in my district, and that's, again, another benefit of going green is that we're encouraging new technology, we're encouraging new green-collar jobs, and in committee we talked about getting the next workforce, whether it be community colleges or high schools, that we can begin training young people about the maintenance and care of electric engines, as that is a whole different technology. But this is very positive, and we know that. Well, I just talked about how ships pollute the area. We also know that the trucks have been certainly a huge source of pollution, but the Clean Truck Program, which we approved last week, which will begin banning all dirty trucks coming into the port pre-1989, I believe begins in October. So that will be helping us to clean up the air, particularly in around Wilmington. But this that we're doing today is also going to impact the air on the terminals. And a lot of emissions come right there with the yard trucks, the UTRs, moving this cargo in and around the port complex. I know my son, Danny, is a casual longshoreman out there, and he can tell absolutely when he's working at a terminal where there is good green, low emissions equipment or not. He can tell when he comes home. It's on his arms, it's in his nose. And the men and women that work on our docks we know now have suffered extreme health risks because of the equipment that we've used over the years. This is such a step in the right direction to clean these terminals, clean the air, and spawn a whole new growth opportunity for new jobs in and around the region. So thank you for doing this. We do have a verbal amendment on this, colleagues, that we have a corrected version of the contract that we looked at last week in committee, and I'd like to recommend the committee report to reflect that we're approving the corrected version, and we're just removing recommendations 3 as it's no longer necessary. I want to thank the city attorneys. I wasn't sure that they would be able to do all this in 1 week, so a shout out to the Port City attorneys for turning this around in a week with the corrected version. Thank you, colleagues. You're lucky to get to vote on this today. It's an exciting thing.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Indeed, Ms. Hahn, this is a watershed day. This is another line in the sand. This is another milestone. Like tomorrow, I'm going to be with the Shell station for the first hydrogen thing in the West Coast, second in the country, to use hydrogen, which only lets a little water residual come out of the exhaust. But this electric car is the answer. There are 2 great things about it. One, it's an electric car, which means we're going to start cleaning up the air. 2, we're building it here in the United States of America, and we're going to create local jobs. Chinese have come to me a year ago. They got trucks. They're running around with the trucks. I mean, we got to have electric cars. I prefer to build them here. But if the Chinese have a better deal as time goes on and we do an RFP and we have hundreds and thousands of electric vehicles on the road and then eventually millions, that's really the direction we all have to go. Climate change is so real that we're getting close to midnight for the whole planet. So it's a very good day, very great. Everything's wonderful. Go forward with this. And then once you evaluate it and we get through the pilot thing and all that, let's just accelerate this throughout the entire notion of travel and let's go electric. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. Hahn. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. I believe that item now is before us, and Ms. Hahn, I think you had the amendment that has been distributed. Is that correct? Verbal? Okay. A verbal. Okay. Thank you. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
That item's been approved. Next item.
Item 32, call special for cards.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Yes, I know we're worried about a quorum and keeping it. I would like to move the Lincoln Place up first, if we could reconsider that and go into closed session and get that behind us or not.
Would they think be able to go into closed session at this time for the 2 items, Mr.
Unless
City
the city
Attorney?
attorney feels we need to do this. Tell us. I'll withdraw that request. We don't need any problem.
There's still some business to take care of. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes, I'm hoping.
Item 32 was called special by a card. Mr. Zumadog.
Yes, thank you, Budget and Finance Committee. This is about an audit contract. So what I would like you to do in the audit, start with nonprofit organizations. I believe that the biggest problem that this city faces that can easily be fixed is the misuse, the fraud, waste, abuse, corruption of nonprofit money. What happens, how it works, people watching at home, the federal, state, and local government hands out money to provide services to the community, and that money is voted on by the mayor and city council who to give it to. Now there's massive concerns of fraud, waste, and abuse with this nonprofit money. And then what happens is the services are cheated from the communities that need it most. How it works, people, is let's say they have something they want to build, a new building for the youth. Well, gee, first you tear the old building down, then you put in a lot of money into front-end loaded management contracts. Your friends, your family members, they sit on the boards. Then the money is voted and approved and funneled into these nonprofit accounts. That is, I call it cahootsism. Racketeering is what the federal government calls
Mr.
it.
Zumudog, you had 1 minute left, so that the
Well, you know what?
you guys,
If you guys made an error, could I please finish? Because I'm basing it on this clock, and now I don't get to finish with the grand finale. So if you can just allow me this
you have
one
30,
time.
35 seconds.
Thank you for the discretion, and we have a world's first discretion to the positive towards Zumudog. Thank you, I appreciate that. So to sum it up briefly in 30 seconds, every day there's federal, state, and local money that's handed to the city of Los Angeles through the mayor and council to provide services to the communities that need them most through nonprofits. The money is handed out to friends, cronies, front-end loaded management contracts. They triple the prices of things. They tear things down that don't need to be tear down. They rebuild things that don't need to be rebuilt. Just any way to spend the money, and then you don't get what you were promised. They come back and ask for more money. Grand Avenue project, for example. Womp, womp, womp,
Thank you very much, Mr. Zumudog. That item is now before us, item 32. We'd also like to ask on item 33 and 35, who had been called special by cards. Mr. Zumudog has gone over his allotted time. So we will take item 32, 33, and 35. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next item?
Next item is item 34, and that was called special for card.
Yes, Mr. Sachs. Mr. Sachs, since you are up here, we'll take both item 34 and 44. You are the speaker cards on both of those. But just go with 34. Mr. Sachs, start with 34. We would like you to... 34.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Item 34, my concerns regarding this is its development with MacArthur Park Metro, Metropolitan Transportation Authority-owned property in the Westlake Recovery Redevelopment Area. I'm concerned because Metro, doing redevelopment, doing any kind of development, they can't build a project, a transit project, within a budget, but they can redevelop property. Let them sell the property, let them use the profits from the property for their transit department, and then get that on the right movement, and then decide to get into developing property. If you can't do the right thing by transportation, and you're a transportation agency, how the heck can you develop property and consider it that your goal? There is no common sense to this. Grave concerns, like the previous speaker, Mr. Zumudog, mentioned about nonprofits. This is maybe not a nonprofit agency, but they regurgitate public funds at an alarming rate, and the public always ends up losing. Get them to get right with transportation, then give them money for development. There's problems. If you go to the MTA board meetings this week, they'll be discussing storage problems for their fleet. They don't have property for their fleet, yet they're developing property for homes. There's a real disconnect in the MTA. It should be looked into. Thank you for your time, your answers, and your attention.
Thank you. And Mr. Sachs, if you could make your way back up here, after this next item, we will go to your item, and you have 1 minute left in your allocation. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 34, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Next item is item 41. Mr. Dowd. Mr. Sachs, you can come sit up here front, and you'll be next on item 44.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back on the Janice Hahn, Bill Rosendahl show. That's what it seems like today, anyway. And there's no agendas at the back. I don't have an agenda, but I want to address the special event fee waivers. I see Jack Weiss has showed up. His name's up there on the board.
Could you just please address the entire council?
I am. I was just about to say, if there was ever a reason to be anti-Semitic, it's Jack Weiss.
Come on.
He should be
Mr.
warned.
Quorum, this is your warning.
I said if there was ever to be a reason, that might be it.
The public speaker is not speaking to the
Well, how about
topic.
we make a resolution in the city of Los Angeles that Jack Weiss starts
This
showing
is,
up?
sir,
and not leading
sir, this
meetings?
is on the item that is
Well,
before
Jack
us.
Weiss is responsible
Okay,
for the
we've warned
memo.
you. Thank you very much.
No,
Your
this-
time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This item is now before us. Madam Clerk, if you could please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs, on item number 44, you have 1 minute.
Yes, Arnold Sachs again. Congratulations on this item. 44 is a coastal transportation corridor specific plan. I believe, Mr. Rosendahl, you have reached the right idea here. You're actually giving Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority another name so that they can funnel funds away from positive uses. If you can connect it up to the green line, you may see some fruition. That way they can say that it's going to go for the green line. We're going to fund the coastal transportation corridor green line instead of just a green line. Gives them an alternative to funding like they do with the other construction authorities. Like you see with the Mid-City Exposition Line, and you see the Mid-City, and you see the Wilshire Corridor. Just give them an opportunity, they'll steal the money.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sachs. Colleagues, he was also scheduled to speak on item 46. It's reasonably special, so he has gone over his time. So we will take item 44 and item 46. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Last item before we go into executive session is item number 43, Mr. Matt Dowd.
Wow, you're letting me talk again? Okay, yeah, this is a good one. This is a great one. The city's wasted a lot of time probably looking around to make sure these firearm dealers have a sign in their shop. Why doesn't the city do something really innovative and positive and have like a gun buyback? Let's put some money into people's hands and take the guns away from them and get them back into the city and destroy them. You're running around with all this ordinance which requires dealers to have a sign in a store. It really does nothing. It's like having a 55-mile-an-hour sign on the freeway. I don't see anybody doing 55. The signs are pointless. It's really the enforcement, and you want to do something positive in the community, start a buyback program, and that's what these people need is money. Get the economy moving again in the city. You'll wind up collecting more taxes because people are spending money because they have it. So let's take some guns back off the street, and don't be giving them to No Guns or any of those things. We've seen all that go haywire. You had a gang intervention, No Guns, right? And what were they doing with city money? Buying guns and putting them in the community and committing crime. What a joke. So how about we see something proactive that actually does something real, like taking guns off the street and putting money back into the community instead of putting it into all your cronies and all your friends and associates and all the front-end loaded management contracts that Zumadog's talking about. And how come Zumadog's got all the name recognition too? Channel 35, I'm Matt Dowd. I've been here for 2 years. Matt Dowd.
He's not on topic right now.
D-O-W-D. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could Madam Clerk please call the roll on item number 43, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
We do have a public comment card on 49 before we go to that item. Hold on one second, Mr. Weiss. Colleagues, on items 47, 48, 50, and 51, they are settlement cases. Are there any that we would like to call special? Otherwise, they can, for the record, publicly indicate the settlements, and we will not need to take those into closed session. Would anyone like to call any of those special of 47, 48, 50, or 51? If not, Mr. City Attorney, if you'd like, or Madam Clerk, cite those for the record, please.
The first item, Madam President, is item 47, and that settlement in the case of Santos Trejo versus City of LA, and the settlement amount is $750,000. The next one, item 48, is settlement in the case of Andrew Covarrubias et al. Versus City et al., and that's $950,000. The next one, item number 50, is City of LA versus Chu, and that is eminent domain. Total is $16,127,328. Portion has already been deposited, $10,738,750, and the total additional payment would be $5,388,578. And then on item 51, and that is $620,000, and that's and then also eminent domain settlement, City of LA versus Rosen.
Thank you. Seeing no one on the queue or asking questions on those items that did go through Budget and Finance Committee, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on 47, 48, 50, and 51. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. So those attorneys are here and may be able to go back to their offices. On our next item, which we will be going into executive session, item number 49, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, President Gruhl, members of the council. Basically, again, this is the interminable Lincoln Place situation. Those of you who thought that it had been resolved, it hasn't been resolved. We're trying to resolve it. Basically, what we need is a marker. That's what this basically represents today, is a marker, because if we can't get it resolved, I think as we will be looking back again at another lost opportunity. This case, every case, has its own personality. Personality in this case really it does represent one of lost opportunity, and having 38 acres of nearly vacant apartments in the midst of a housing crisis absolutely makes no sense. This project can be everything that anybody in their imagination can conceive in terms of environmental, in terms of affordable housing, in terms of hybrid use. That was basically what's contemplated. Frankly, I'd be surprised if we were able to get it resolved, but really what I'm asking for the council, as they had done in the past, to call for a mediation. I think it's time for a mediation. You do affordable housing when property is affordable. It wasn't affordable a couple of years ago when we last visited this mediation issue. It is affordable today. And in court filings, AIMCO has gone on record as saying they will participate in a mediation. So I think it's appropriate for the council to consider and communicate to the public the importance of people sitting down and basically getting these things resolved. And I think by sitting down and having the mediation, we came very close before, we can basically make it happen. So that's my pitch. Hopefully you have the documentation that I had passed around, and I appreciate your careful consideration of the proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, if you will go into executive session, let you note the code.
Yes, Madam President. Pursuant to Government Code Section 549.56.9A.
Thank you. So we will go into closed session. To the guards, please clear the room.
All right, we're back here in open session. Mr. City Attorney, if you'd like to announce any action we took.
Yes, Mr. President. On item number 53, the City Council has authorized the City Attorney to appeal the ruling in the case entitled Worldwide Rush versus City. The vote was 10-0, with Council members Hahn, Labange, Perry, Reyes, and Smith absent.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll have a Rules and Government Committee at 3. Any other announcements? Yes, Ms. Gruhl?
Meeting.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the microphone's on. Yes, the Transportation Committee will meet immediately following this meeting.
Okay.
And, Mr. President,
Parks?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Okay, those are posted and referred. Mr. Parks?
That the City of LA, through our Department of AIDS and Disability, kicked off a news conference yesterday for the national AIDS issues. And just as a carryover to that, on Friday, June the 27th, in front of the Los Angeles Sentinel at 3800 Crenshaw at 8:30 in the morning, there will be another program that will carry through on this whole discussion of AIDS, and it will be sponsored by another number of community health groups, including the City of LA participating.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Any other announcements? Do we have any excuses?
No, Mr. President.
Thank goodness for that. Any? Guess the talk worked. Do we have any adjourning motions? If not, this meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned, and we will next be in session Friday. That will be the first of a new month, July. Oh no, sorry, that's a Tuesday. It'll still be the same old month, the 27th. June 27th will be in session. We'll see you this Friday at 10 a.m. here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers. Thank you all, and have a great day.